Great. Thank you all. Thank you. My name is John Hamre. I'm the president of CSIS, and it's always a pleasure for me to be able to welcome friends here, especially Korean friends here. Korea, as everybody knows, is kind of my adopted second home. I've been to, I think, Korea maybe 53, 54 times, you know, and since I've been at CSIS, and there's just a unique quality to the Korea-U.S. partnership that is so very, very important to me personally, and then I think, but it's important for the world. And I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity every year, this ROK-U.S. Strategic Forum, to be able to dig deep on some key issues that really do matter to us. And this is all made possible because of the Korea Foundation. And for 10 years, the Korea Foundation has been supporting this and making it possible. And I had the pleasure just a few minutes ago to meet the new president, Ambassador Guido. And I want to say welcome. Congratulations on this job. It's a splendid opportunity. I told him he's the first Korean ambassador I've ever met who speaks Spanish. You know, and I asked, how many are there? And he said, I think I'm the only one. You know, it lets me make a point, and I make this point politely. Korea, for 50 years, only considered its foreign policy to require good relations with the United States, a working relationship with Japan, working relationship with China, and then somebody at the UN. You know, right? And so it was too small. And the foreign ministry is too small. And there's one little anecdote to explain it. Korea has an economy 2.5 times larger than the economy of the Netherlands. But the Netherlands has a foreign ministry 2.5 times the size of the Korean. It doesn't make sense. Okay. And, you know, for all those years, Korea just focused very narrowly on the peninsula. Just too narrowly. Now you understand why. You know, you've got this country just from here to Baltimore, you know, that has nuclear weapons and this says menacing things all the time. We would have a different attitude too. So I'm not being critical. But, you know, you're a bigger country than you think you are. You should have a bigger foreign ministry to represent your interests. And in the meantime, that's why you have the Korea Foundation. It's the Korea Foundation that is expanding and carrying the flag of Korean culture and policy and diplomacy, which we desperately need. And so I want to say it's a privilege to work with the Korea Foundation. And I think it will continue to do very, very, very important work going forward. But it isn't a substitute for building a stronger foreign service. And so okay, I feel better. I got that out of my system. Okay, but anyway, I'm really delighted that we have this event. And this event has drawn very significant attention here in the U.S. I mean, I remember 2 years ago when Secretary of State Biegun, you know, specifically, it was the only thing he came to that year at CSIS was to speak at this event. And right now we have a foreign ministry, or our State Department, that is still kind of in flux, and we got a lot of other things going on. But we are very fortunate that Jonathan Fritz, who's the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Far East Asia, is going to join us here, and I'm very grateful for that. We will also have a word shortly from Foreign Minister Cho Hyun. He was with us before one of our sessions, I think in 2017. I can't quite remember, but so we welcome him back. He's back in an important new job. Big issues to talk about today. I think the whole question we're going to get at this morning is how is deterrence still credible? Is America's pledge of extended deterrence still credible? Are there things that need to be done, to make deterrence more credible? Is it still possible to get disarmament? And if not, what do we do? I mean, so these are huge, big issues. And we're going to talk about, about economics and in your neighborhood. You're a very complicated neighborhood. It's going to be quite a good day. So let's get started. And my role here is really to, a very brief introduction of Ambassador Song. He's an academic by training, and I've always admired that Korea has used its universities as a way to draw people into the foreign ministry, and he's done it on numerous occasions, played roles, ambassadorial roles, played structural roles. He was the ambassador for Korea to Colombia, and my guess is covered about 15 other countries while he was in the neighborhood, because there isn't enough depth for it. But he took his PhD from a university in Spain and has a very deep personal interest in Spanish culture. And as it's most unusual, I think he's ahead of his time, because when you think about it, this world is fractioning when it comes to commerce. Korea should be the winner, and South America should be the real target. And so I think there's going to be a real opportunity for Korea going forward. So could I ask you, with your applause, as I just want to make sure I'm doing this right, do I do it to you, Victor, or to Ambassador Song? Would you all please, with your applause, welcome to the stage the president of the Korea Foundation, Song Guido. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Guido Song, the new president of Korea Foundation. I read the prepared manuscript. It's a good honor to welcome you all today to the 10th Republic of Korea United States Strategic Forum, co-hosted by the Korea Foundation and CSIS. On behalf of the Korea Foundation, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to Dr. John Hamre, President and CEO of CSIS, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Fritz, distinguished members of the Korean delegation, and all the esteemed participants joining us today. We are deeply grateful for your presence here, despite your demanding schedules. This year marks a decade since the inaugural ROK-U.S. Strategic Forum. The Korea Foundation and the CSIS began this invaluable journey in 2016. While we encountered numerous challenges in the initial stage, this has been made possible through the dedicated efforts of President Hamre, Dr. Victor Cha, the Korean chair at CSIS, and the staff members at CSIS. I'm confident that our collaboration will guide the development of ROK-U.S. bilateral relations, contributing to a stronger and deeper partnership. In August, At the venue where today's guests now stand, the ROK-U.S Summit reaffirmed our country's shared commitment to advancing our strategic partnership. Discussions touched on key areas such as nuclear energy, shipbuilding, and emerging industries, reflecting both economic priority and regional security concerns. In October, President Lee Jae-myung and President Donald Trump declared a new chapter in the ROK-U.S alliance. The linchpin for peace, security, and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and in the Indo-Pacific region. Both leaders welcomed Korean investment in various sectors to advance economic and national security interests, including shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, critical minerals, AI, quantum computing, and more. Today, we meet at a time of heightened geopolitical competition, rapid technological change, and continued uncertainty in global trade and supply chains. In this environment, our alliance serves as a strategic anchor, providing stability and direction as the region navigates growing complexity. As agreed upon during their October meeting, our two leaders have pledged to cooperate to implement the joint statement of the 2018 U.S. GPRK Singapore Summit, making effort to complete the denuclearization of the GPRK and ensure peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Meanwhile, recent high-level engagement at the APEC Summit have produced three major outcomes: the Gyeongju Declaration, the APEC AI Initiative, and the APEC Collaborative Framework for Demographic Changes. This year's APEC agenda also emphasized supply chain resilience, digital transformation, sustainable growth, and high-standard economic governance, all areas that align closely with ongoing Korea-U.S. cooperation. Our joint effort in AI, semiconductors, clean energy, shipbuilding, and climate initiative illustrate how the alliance is adapting to future challenges and opportunities. Together, these commitments reiterate our understanding that our cooperation must extend beyond the peninsula to the wider Indo-Pacific landscape. In this context, returning to fundamentals is more important than ever, reaffirming our shared purpose, strengthening the foundation of peace and stability, and pursuing creative avenues for deeper economic and technological collaboration. As we begin this two-day forum, I hope it will serve as a timely platform for candid dialogue on the strategic, economic, and technological issues shaping our region. I'm confident that today's discussions will generate insights that help advance our shared interests and contribute meaningfully to the future of Korea-U.S. partnership. Finally, I would like to offer my sincere gratitude to the leadership of CSIS for their outstanding preparation and to all distinguished participants for your continued engagement and support. Congratulations once more on the 10th anniversary of the ROK-U.S. Strategy Forum. Thank you.
President John Hamre, President Song Guido, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a privilege to join you for the 10th ROK-U.S. Strategic Forum. The steadfast partnership between the Korea Foundation and the Center for Strategic and International Studies has long supported the ROK-U.S. alliance, and I commend both institutions for their leadership. I also wish to express my appreciation to CSIS for hosting the Statements Forum for President Lee Jae-myung last August. It was a meaningful occasion for him to share his vision for the alliance and reflect on the global landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, today's forum convenes at a consequential moment. We now turn the outcomes of the October ROK-U.S. Summit into concrete action. I had the honor of accompanying President Lee throughout the summit, and I can attest that the discussions were both constructive and marked by deep mutual trust between our two leaders. The joint fact sheet distilled the significance of this summit. It reaffirmed the ironclad nature of our alliance and charted a path toward a future-oriented, comprehensive strategic alliance, strengthening peace while preparing for the challenges ahead. At the heart of this partnership lies our shared commitment to peace and stability. Securing peace on the Korean Peninsula, therefore, remains the foundation of our joint endeavor. The United States reaffirmed its extended deterrence commitment and the enduring presence of the U.S. Forces Korea. On our part, Korea expressed its determination to reinforce its defense capabilities to lead the combined conventional defense posture vis-à-vis North Korea. This is consistent with President Lee's remarks at the CSIS forum, where he made clear Korea's intention to increase defense spending and assume greater role for its own security. Both sides also reiterated to work together toward the transition of wartime operation control. Yet, deterrence must be paired with diplomacy. We need to prevent inadvertent conflict, de-escalate tensions, and restore dialogue with North Korea. North Korea's nuclear and ballistic missile programs remain a grave concern, and a nuclear-free Korean Peninsula is an imperative we cannot relinquish. It was in this spirit that President Lee proposed the END initiative, Exchange, Normalization, Denuclearization. The initiative seeks to break the entrenched cycle of hostility and open a realistic pathway toward lasting peace. Beyond the peninsula, we must also navigate a rapidly changing strategic landscape. Russia's deepening ties with North Korea, China's growing influence, and Japan's evolving strategic posture all shape the environment we must navigate. Korea aims to manage these shifts with a principled approach, reducing strategic risks while strengthening channels of cooperation in Northeast Asia. Within this broader regional landscape, ROK-U.S. Japan cooperation remains indispensable. Together, we play a central role in maintaining regional stability and addressing emerging security challenges. Despite current bilateral strains, Korea will continue to advance cooperation with China and Japan, including the trilateral framework. It is therefore encouraging that the APEC leaders meeting created the conditions for the first U.S.-China summit of the second Trump administration. Moving on, another pillar of alliance transformation is our strategic, economic, and technological partnership. Korea and the United States are poised to usher in a new era of industrial cooperation, advancing U.S. manufacturing while opening new horizons for Korean firms. Our recent trade and investment agreement was grounded in trust at the highest level and lays the foundation for expanded collaboration in shipbuilding, energy, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and quantum, and more. Equally significant is the U.S. decision to support Korea's peaceful uranium enrichment and spent fuel reprocessing, as well as President Trump's support of Korea's development of nuclear-powered submarines. These steps will markedly strengthen our shared capabilities in next-generation energy, defense, and shipbuilding. Ladies and gentlemen, for more than 7 decades, the ROK-U.S. alliance has evolved with the currents of history. Our leaders have agreed to modernize the alliance in a future-oriented manner so that it meets the demands of a rapidly changing environment. Now is the time to sustain that momentum. Track 2 dialogues such as this forum bring creativity and fresh perspectives that complement governmental diplomacy. I have no doubt your discussion today will contribute meaningfully to our shared agenda. Pragmatism remains the compass of Korea's diplomacy. For us, pragmatism means placing national interests at the center while remaining open to cooperation wherever it can advance peace and prosperity. This is the spirit we bring to our alliance and the spirit that will guide our efforts to shape the region's future. With that, I look forward to deepening the ROK-U.S. alliance in the years ahead and ask for your continued attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Victor Cha. I'm President of Geopolitics and Foreign Policy here at CSIS, Korea Chair, and also Professor at Georgetown. And we are Welcome to the 10th ROK-U.S Strategic Forum 2025 at CSIS. We're very happy and honored to have here with us Jonathan Fritz, who is going to offer some keynote remarks for our conference. Jonathan Fritz is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. Previously, he served as Chief of Staff to the Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, responsible for China, Mongolia, and Taiwan. Before that, he was Director for Bilateral and Regional Affairs in the State Department's Office of International Communications and Information Policy. He was also at our embassy in Beijing, where he held a number of roles, including Acting Deputy Chief of Mission and Chargé Affairs. He's had previous postings in Australia, Afghanistan, Mexico, Hong Kong, Maine State, and other places, a list that's very long, which I could not possibly go through. He is a graduate of Stanford University, where he did his BA and MA in East Asian Studies. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could give a warm welcome to Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Jonathan Fritz.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Cha, for those very kind introductory remarks and for inviting me to speak here this morning at the ROK-U.S Strategic Forum. It is a real privilege to be here with such distinguished colleagues and guests. I see my former boss, Deputy Secretary Biegun. Good to see you, sir, and so many other friends. I'd like to start off with what I hope is a blindingly obvious observation. The Republic of Korea is one of America's closest allies. Our two countries' alliance was forged in blood 75 years ago, and our security partnership is the foundational pillar of our broader bilateral relationship. The U.S. ROK Alliance remains central to peace, security, and prosperity for Northeast Asia and the broader Indo-Pacific region. Very important to note that President Trump has a great relationship with President Yi, with whom he has already met twice since President Yi took office back in June. As I'm sure all of you are keenly aware, our two countries recently released a joint fact sheet on the outcomes of the President's historic October state visit to the ROK, inaugurating a new chapter in the U.S. ROK Alliance. Our joint commitments, as laid out on that fact sheet, focus on 8 key lines of effort. Number 1, rebuilding and expanding our critical industries. Number 2, maintaining foreign exchange market stability. Number 3, enhancing commercial ties. Number 4, promoting reciprocal trade. Number 5, protecting our economic prosperity. Number 6, modernizing the U.S. ROK Alliance. Number 7, coordinating on Korean Peninsula and broader regional issues. And number 8, advancing our maritime and civil nuclear partnership. Together, these commitments mark a major, even historic milestone that demonstrates how far our alliance has come and where it's headed. Over the past 7 decades, our alliance has evolved through several such milestone moments. Initially, there were the commitments that shaped our early security cooperation. Then there was the dramatic deepening of our economic ties, and now this most recent step, which signals a broad modernization of the relationship. This once-in-a-generation upgrade to the U.S. ROK Alliance reflects not only shared interests, but shared values and a shared determination to build a more secure and prosperous future for both of our peoples. During his visit to Korea in October, President Trump secured billions of dollars for the American economy in landmark deals. These efforts build on the ROK's status as one of the leading investors in the United States and will support American job creation, fuel America's world-leading energy industry, promote trusted technology leadership, and strengthen our maritime partnership. The ROK is absolutely key to the President's commitment to reindustrializing America. We need the ROK's continued investment in key sectors, whether shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, critical minerals, or AI and quantum. And we also need the ROK's help to get these investments up and running, sending experts on temporary visas who can train our great American workers how to run these precision manufacturing operations. Following the September incident in Georgia, our Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, expressed our government's regret while in Seoul in early September himself, and he has since reiterated this sentiment publicly. President Trump has also been very clear that we welcome Koreans to come to our country temporarily to train American workers in these high-precision jobs. We are committed to ensuring qualified personnel can travel to the United States to support the ROK's historic investments here in U.S. manufacturing. And I'm happy to say that we are making great progress on this front. We've established a Korea Investment and Trade Desk at our embassy in Seoul to support exactly this kind of specialized travel, and we're on track with welcoming vetted temporary workers in accordance with U.S. law. All of this is done to support America's reindustrialization and expand job opportunities for our own workforce of skilled Americans. Meanwhile, we are coordinating more closely than ever with Seoul on issues affecting the Korean Peninsula and the broader Indo-Pacific. One example is in shipbuilding, a sector where the ROK has established notable prowess. President Trump also expressed U.S. support for the ROK to build nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarines, working together with us to identify and address requirements and challenges. This is a clear example of bilateral cooperation that advances our collective capabilities against regional threats. In short, we are evolving our traditional security alliance into a more comprehensive partnership that is integrated economically and industrially and aligned with broader Indo-Pacific priorities. As we enter this new chapter, I want to stress that the fundamentals of our alliance are stronger than ever. And I'll note three key areas where there is this very visible continuity. Number one, the U.S. ROK alliance and our extended deterrence commitments remain ironclad. Number two, on North Korea, we are in complete alignment. We continue to call for the complete denuclearization of the DPRK. Both Presidents Trump and Yi support meaningful dialogue with the DPRK and have called on it to abide by its international obligations, including abandoning its weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missile programs. Three, we will also work with the ROK and other partners across the Indo-Pacific to uphold the international law of the sea and peace and stability, whether in the Taiwan Strait, the South China Sea, or elsewhere in the region. Let me conclude by pointing out that this new chapter is truly a historic one. We're looking forward to exponentially increased exchanges between our two countries and accelerating innovation in manufacturing, technology, defense, and other key fields. When our two nations stand together, the United States and the Republic of Korea not only make each other stronger, we help shape a more secure and prosperous future for the entire Indo-Pacific. Thank you again for having me here to speak, Dr. Cha, and I wish you the best of success for your forum today. Thanks.
Let's talk about it.
All right. Am I waiting for a cue? I got my cue. Welcome, everybody, to our first panel this morning. It's got a very gloomy title of Is the Denuclearization Dead? One thing's for certain, the debate about that question is certainly alive, and we got a great set of panelists here today to answer kind of three broad questions. Is denuclearization dead? If not, how do we revive it? And if so, how do we deter and how do we keep the door open going forward? What is the best posture toward the DPRK? Our format today will be 3 rounds. I sent a large number of questions, overwhelming, according to some of the panelists, but they were really thought producers to allow them to kind of get off their chest everything they want to say about where we are and what the lessons of the past have been, what type of talks may be possible and helpful, and how do we mitigate risk. Each of the panelists will have 5 to 7 minutes, which means probably 10 minutes in DC roundtable time. And we've got an opportunity to go a second round and a third round. I hope for a very dynamic discussion. Because if you've heard me speak, I tend to go on for 5, 10, 15 minutes even about the history, the past 35 years of how we got where we are. And, we've got history here with us today on the panel. We've got, when you think of agreed framework, I don't know about you, I think of 2 things, light water reactors and Bob Gallucci. Not necessarily in that order, but we have with us today Bob, who at the time was our lead negotiator, and whose signature is at the bottom of that agreed framework, and had spent a career as a diplomat. Currently now you're a distinguished university professor at Georgetown University. And again, you were ambassador at large and had a delegation at that time. Steve Biegun is maybe if you have at the beginning the Leap Day, and then at the other end of the spectrum, Hanoi. Here's Hanoi, a representative of Hanoi, and we've had a great little chat in the back. Steve was our special representative for North Korea policy, and then eventually the deputy under Mike Pompeo, right? At the Deputy Secretary of State. More than 3 years of international affairs. Won't go through the resume, but in addition to be fellow University of Michiganers here and graduating from University of Michigan, that's where you're at right now, teaching?
Part-time.
Part-time, and over 3 decades of international affairs experience in the legislative, in the executive, and the private sector. So, a lot of both theoretical, experiential, and practical experience in the realm of foreign affairs. From the Republic of Korea, we have the former chancellor of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy, Dr. Cho Byung-chae. I think you're right now working as a chancellor. Your final position was as chancellor of KNDA, and right now you're serving as a
currently at the Gyeongnam University.
At Gyeongnam University Institute for Far Eastern Studies, a career in which you were the Director General for North American Affairs, so you had to handle a lot of heavy lifting on the full range of bilateral issues with the United States. Chief Negotiator for the U.S. ROK Defense Cost Sharing Agreement. Was that the one during the Trump administration?
No, that was Bush administration.
Oh, okay, so a little bit easier than what your counterpart, but still important.
Not easy.
Never easy, but not as
always quite tough,
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah.
Master's degree from the University of Sussex and PhD from the University of North Korean Studies in Seoul. And Chun Bong-gun, whose number 1 line item here says, Facebook friend of Sid Seiler, but we are. I read everything that Bong-gun writes. He's currently the president of the Korea Nuclear Policy Society, professor emeritus at KNDA since 2023, served previously as a policy advisor to the Minister of Unification, a professional staffer at Guido, the Korea Energy Development Office, speaking of the agreed framework era. Secretary at the Blue House for International Security Affairs, and visiting fellow at KO, Asia Foundation Center for U.S. ROK Policy, and Geneva Center for Security Studies. An expert on North Korea, the North Korea nuclear issue, inter-Korea relations, Northeast Asian politics, and everything that goes along with the question of denuclearization. With that, we'll go in the order that we're seated here. And again, for session one, the question is, where do we stand with North Korea now? In light of, in particular, tapping into your own personal experiences and why the agreed framework, why six-party talks, why Leap Day understanding, why the Singapore/Hanoi progress. In each of these cases where good faith efforts were being taken to advance denuclearization through diplomacy, and all of them eventually lost momentum. What are the, why did Pyongyang walk away from these various opportunities? More currently, are there any serious elements of Singapore-Hanoi process worth resuscitating? If you saw the joint fact sheet from the recent summit, the Singapore agreement was explicitly included in there. Is it revivable? How could we use that going forward? And how do we weigh the two broad approaches of engagement versus pressure, and how does that drive our recommendation? So if you could stay within that, like I said, 10-minute time limit, I think we can cover a lot of ground. So, Bob, you want to start?
I would be delighted. First, let me thank Korea Foundation and CSIS for bringing us all together. I'm honored to be with these colleagues. The other thing that strikes me before I get to substance is that meetings like this, particularly with a long and wonderful introduction like Sid's, makes me feel very old. That was 30 years ago or so. So we're covering some time here. So the question, as I got it, is denuclearization still the relevant objective for the ROK and the USA were it to enter talks again with North Korea? And we had the Deputy Assistant Secretary here who, I think at the end, unless I misheard him, said it was still the U.S. objective. I actually don't think that's the most interesting question, because I think the answer to that is no, it's not. I think the interesting question is, was it ever? And I want to put that out there because I have kind of a role here of history, being the old guy. And the role here in history is to remember what I learned at the National War College over 3 years teaching there, and that is look at both intentions and capabilities. And if you look at intentions and capabilities of the DPRK right now, the capabilities are quite impressive. There's how many nuclear weapons? A lot. Under 200, maybe tens at least, and very diverse in terms of quality and character of weapons, different ranges. Almost certainly true thermonuclear, if the estimates of yield are right. Could have been boosted, but almost certainly thermonuclear weapons. And with the relationship they have with the Russians, quite plausibly now a higher confidence in the newest of their ICBMs. So all I'm saying here is there's lots of nuclear weapons capability in North Korea, and we'd be crazy not to recognize that as a reality. They're there. This is not a new nuclear weapon state with a couple of nuclear weapons. It's not that at all. That's capability. In intentions, I don't think Kim Jong-un could have been any clearer than what he said most recently at the remarks I read anyway. This is the nuclear weapon status of the DPRK is part of the constitution of the country. It's permanent, it's there. I don't want to hear that, he says. I don't want to hear denuclearization anymore. So it doesn't seem to me that if we truly wished to re-engage the North in talks, as I think we should want, it doesn't seem like it's a very useful thing to say, well, let's go in and insist that we're aiming in these talks at denuclearization. So I'm answering the question right off. No, that's not a good idea. is it a good idea to have as a long-term objective? Yes, right? Because if one looks at, as the question does, this as, are we interested in denuclearization, or should we fall back to something, a set of objectives that is characterized as arms control? Now, for those of us who were raised in the era of arms control, there's a lot there, and there's a lot to do. And generally, arms control was aimed at stability at the lowest levels possible. Crisis stability and arms race stability, two kinds of stability, at the lowest level possible. So disarmament wasn't excluded, but disarmament was not the first objective. Stability, avoiding first use of nuclear weapons. That seems to me not too bad as an opening objective for conversation. It doesn't mean that we are not doing what even the arms control between the Soviet Union, the then Soviet Union, and the United States had, which was eventual disarmament. Formally, treaty committed to it as a nuclear weapon state in the NPT. That's what we committed to. Okay, no one thought it was going to come anytime soon, but that had to be the deal. And in the meantime, arms control had stability at the lowest possible level. That seems quite reasonable. That could mean, were we to begin discussions with the North, that we would have objectives that are traditional, classic arms control. We could be looking for confidence and security building measures, and there's a long list of what those look like in order to avoid mistakes, accidents, escalation. So there's lots to be done. We can imagine stuff that would be on the table were we to do this. And some of the old stuff could be there. Sanctions relief. A lot of us have lost enthusiasm for sanctions as the decades have gone by. We don't really need that maybe anymore. Could we adjust the ROK-U.S military exercises? Of course we can. Can we abandon them? Of course we can't. But we can adjust them. We don't have to be provocative. As Kang Suk-ju once said to me, do you have to call that part of the exercise decapitation? He said, it's offensive. And I think the short answer, no, we don't have to call it. This part of the exercise is aimed at decapitation of the leadership of the DPRK. I don't think that's particularly useful. So there are lots of things that can be done that are classic. A peace treaty to replace the arms list has been around for 30 years. It was certainly thought to be on the table eventually when I was talking to North Koreans in the context of an agreed framework. Anyway, what I'm saying is here, long-term goal remains denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, right? That's de-weapons nuclearization. And in the meantime, trying to avoid the risks of war. I think there's still lots to talk about. I myself think there's a third question here. Do we have any lessons to be learned? We've got some people in this room and on the podium here who've had experience negotiating. What did we learn? What's useful? I would say the thing I like as a message, some of you might know Joel Witt's most recent book where he attempts to go through all this negotiation from the agreed framework right up through Steve's negotiations and ones that he supported. And I think one thing comes out of that, and that is preparation. I am no fan of let's meet for lunch and solve a 30-year problem. I think that's not prudent. I know that's also not fair to put it that way, particularly sitting next to someone who put so much effort into that preparation. But I think that has to happen again. So we can't rush to what is the shining objective, which is to have the heads of state actually meet. So anyway, I think the answer to the question is actually pretty clear. I think there's a lot to be said about what we ought to do and how we should do it. And I hope we do get to discussions. But I hope we don't make the discussions impossible by pushing denuclearization when it ought to be held rather than pushed. Thank you.
We'll get into a lot of great questions, follow up on that, in particular, as somebody who kind of owned that additional progress with North Korea over the years, where were the mistakes we made that derailed it? But I think as we hand it off to Steve, I got to tell you, one of the questions I get most today, is how does Donald Trump see the issue? And there's one of the issues that's like so controversial is, what was the president trying to achieve at Hanoi? What did he achieve in terms of developing the relationship? What happened in Hanoi? And what does that speak about where we are today? So I know you've probably got a number of issues you want to speak about, Steve, but I think this is where there can be some real clarification as we look at possibilities in the future under President Trump based upon Hanoi lessons learned and where we are today. So please.
Thanks, Sid. And I'd like to add my thanks to Bob's, to CSIS, and the Korea Foundation for hosting us today. I also like to thank you, Bob. There is a certain fraternity and sorority among those of us who have led engagement on behalf of the United States with North Korea across all those years, men and women. And there's a real camaraderie in that group and a willingness to share. And more often than not, those conversations amongst us are almost confessionals about where we failed to make progress, or why we might have failed to make progress, and it's cathartic in a way, and also extremely gracious to be able to glean the advice of now 30 years, and it's a part that I happily play now as a former diplomat myself, and so thanks, Bob, for being so accessible during those times. You said I'm going to start with your first question, and then in the course of this conversation, I think we'll roll back to some of the things. But your headline question, of course, is denuclearization dead? And the answer is no. I don't think denuclearization is dead. Dead is a pretty absolute judgment, and it's not dead. But for a lot of reasons, it's not very promising right now either. Needless to say. When I was leading U.S. engagement with North Korea on behalf of President Trump, it was hard for me to fight off the envy of the generations of diplomats that preceded me at their ability to pick up the phone and speak to North Koreans, to use what we refer to as the New York channel to communicate with Pyongyang. Whereas during the period of diplomacy where I was in that position, we would go weeks, months with the North Koreans refusing to even respond. They literally wouldn't pick up the phone. And on the rare occasion where you'd catch them off guard, they'd hang it up very quickly. And this was not by accident. This is by design. This is a tool of North Korean diplomacy to ration contact. But I would think back to the six-party talks or the agreed framework, where to me at least, sitting there in 2018, 19, and 20, I envied that level of engagement. But if I envied the level of engagement that my predecessors had, I pity the current set of diplomats. North Koreans simply aren't responding in any way, shape, or form. We went 4 full years of President Biden's administration without a single communication between the United States and North Korea. Not one letter, not one phone call, not one side conversation, at least to my knowledge. And I think my knowledge is pretty complete on this. And so if I envied my predecessors, I have great empathy for my successors on this. It's a very different world in which we would try to pursue any sort of engagement with North Korea today. Needless to say, the geopolitical environment is substantially harder to penetrate. North Korea's engagement in Russia's war against Ukraine, the state of the U.S.-China relationship, political instability that at least prevailed for the past year in the Republic of Korea, and to some extent even in Japan, where there's been a series of leadership changes. All of these contribute to a much deteriorated geopolitical environment in which this type of engagement might happen, because those other countries, those other parties are central to our ability to engage with the North Koreans. In North Korea's sense that those other parties are aligned in a loose sense is essential to creating the right incentives for the North Koreans to engage as well. So I'm not very optimistic. Of course, there are the other factors, many innumerable factors that also make it much harder. It's often mentioned that the North Koreans have enshrined their nuclear weapons status in their constitution, and this is true, but when you have a constitution that's crafted to reflect the wishes of a single individual, what is changed yesterday can change again tomorrow. And so I'm not persuaded that that is necessarily any sort of permanent obstacle to denuclearization. I do believe, for better or for worse, from at least a Pyongyang perspective, that Chairman Kim Jong-un has personally associated himself with that position as well, which does set up the question, in order to return to denuclearization, does there need to be new leadership in North Korea? Now, the United States is not going to embark upon regime change, but I think we, like the North Koreans, have to have a longer-term view of events on the Korean Peninsula. And so our policy at the moment also needs to be anchored in our expectations over the course of time. North Koreans have been extraordinarily good at leveraging time to their advantage. It's one of the strategic assets they have, along with, of course, rationing direct interaction with outside parties like the United States of America. And one of our challenges was how to compress their notion of time in the course of our diplomacy, because the North Koreans has demonstrated with the Biden administration, if they don't like a president's policies, they'll just take a seat for 4 years and they'll have a new president, or 8 years. Kim Jong-un, when we were engaging with him, approximately 35 years old, could look at the trajectory of his grandfather's life into his early 80s, and you could think, I have 45 more years to fool around with this if I need to. I don't need to act now. So there are a lot of things here that mitigate against any sort of engagement. Let me just end with a comment on the alternatives, and we'll explore these more. Bob is a very experienced negotiator, far more so than me, and I agree completely that intentions and capabilities are essential to understanding the other party. And getting the incentives right is another one I would add. You have to have a clear understanding of what the incentives are. And in the case of the U.S.-North Korea negotiations, I'm not sure. We had a pretty clear idea of what we thought we wanted. But I think one of the things you have to fight in any negotiation, but particularly with North Koreans, is to project upon them what you think they want. And I'm not even sure, at the end of the day, they understood exactly what they wanted in this negotiation. But there's one thing that I think they want above all, which is regime stability and survival of the dynasty. The questions that we have to ask ourselves as we embark upon some future engagement with the North Koreans is whether our solutions are the right incentives for them. We designed in Hanoi a roadmap for economic and diplomatic normalization that would move in parallel with denuclearization. But that was our projection of what the North Koreans wanted. If you think about it, just logically, where's the upside for the North Korean dynasty, for the Kim dynasty, to have citizens traveling in and out of their own country, of foreign business people coming in and out, of investors investing in North Korea, of information coming in, of student exchanges, people-to-people engagements with great breadth and magnitude? How does that contribute to regime stability and security? It's antithetical to it. Our policy was never regime change. President Trump was very clear that he expected the transformation of U.S.-North Korean relations to happen under Kim Jong-un's leadership. But Kim Jong-un could be forgiven for having possibly thought, how do I maintain a totalitarian dictatorship, an environment in which I can't characterize my outside countries as posing an imminent threat to my nation? How can I control the behavior and thinking of my people when they're exposed to so many foreign influences and incentives for their own well-being? How can the regime survive in that environment? Now, there are examples where non-democratic systems have been sustained through periods of transition. We have the collective leadership in Vietnam, for example. China is another example for that matter. But the North Korean regime is very different than any of those. It's not comparable. And if we project to the North Koreans that the outcome that we think they want is the incentive to get them to do what we want on denuclearization, I fear that we would be headed for failure again.
Steve, thanks. I mean, the lessons learned, because as Victor will attest to as well, we had a roadmap. We had a list of energy, economic projects. We had, timelines for establishing liaison offices, diplomatic relations, and, press the repeat button during the Obama era where, both in terms of our secret dialogue with North Korea as well as what eventually led to the Leap Day understanding, we had made an elaborate list of things that we would be willing to do as a country, and then what U.S. companies were looking to go into North Korea, and they were just waiting for a flashing yellow at least, or a green light from the White House on that. And again, the Hanoi, each one was flavored a little differently, and there was a lot of fanfare, the DVD and all that. But, it was clear that an alternative path was being laid out, options that North Korea sees as peaceful evolution, to use the Chinese and North Korea, Vietnam language, or color revolution, to use the Russian language. It's fear that everything that we might possibly do to them is exactly what is antithetical to the nature of the regime and the path they wanted to pursue. But, it gets frustrating when people say North Korea doesn't know what we expect of when we ask for denuclearization, and North Korea doesn't know what it will get if it goes down that path. It knows and simply chooses an alternative, and we can get more into that. And so, from the Korean perspective, I'd like to hear, your reflections both on the questions, on what Steve and Bob have laid out. I think the Sunshine Policy efforts stand as one era's efforts to try this same type of approach. We saw it under Moon Jae-in. We're seeing it under Lee Jae-myung with the END initiative. And so with that, Cho Byung-jae, would you like to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction, and thank you for Korea Foundation. Thank you for CSIS for having this opportunity and inviting me here. And also, very good to see you all. And I'm particularly delighted to meet Dr. Carlucci here. I first met him in early 1990s, actually. It was during the first North Korean nuclear crisis. He was Assistant Secretary at the time, leading the U.S. negotiation with North Koreans, of course, as you know. I was a junior officer at the Korean Foreign Ministry. So we occasionally met, but I was sitting usually on the second row and taking note when he was talking to my seniors. Topic was, of course, nuclear issue, how we can denuclearize North Korea. At the time, the issue was inspection on very, very small, 2 undeclared sites at that time. But after that, 30 more years have passed, and today we are sitting here and talking about the same subject, how we can denuclearize North Korea. So I think it can feel quite surreal for me. It also means that this is a really tough question. And during the last 20 or 30 years, there was a lot of diplomatic efforts, and a lot of people have written and have spoken on this subject. and so on. So I was wondering what I could add, anything plus on this discussion. So before I came here, I asked my ChatGPT, and what new element can I give to this discussion? The answer, he was quite smart and told me that, Dr. Cho, there can be two ways of creating something. One is that you can create something really big, like Dr. Einstein, discovered something like that. But the other way of creation is that you can combine some existing facts in a different ways. How you can view some things from a different angle, that can also be called a creation, a new needs. So Dr. Cho, you can try that one. So I was a little bit encouraged to hear that from my ChatGPT, my very smart assistant. About 5 years ago, it was in 2019, I wrote a book, and that book title was North Korea's Search for Survival. And its subtitle was United States, China, North Korea Strategic Triangle. You know that this strategic triangle is some vocabulary which came from the 1970s in the relationship between Soviet Union, China, and the United States. But what I tried to argue in this book was that, North Korea tried to move in nuclear proliferation. And the United States found that it's acceptable to see that proliferation. So it put pressure on North Korea quite hard. North Korea pushed back very hard, and they tried to create a crisis and escalated it, which in its turn highlighted the strategic value of North Korea, particularly as a buffer to China. And then China, which saw it rather unacceptable to see the whole peninsula, including North Korea, to fall under the influence of the United States, so decided to step in. To highlight my point, I draw a case from the June 1994. At that time, you know that the rumors of war was already spreading in South Korea, and some foreign embassies there were advising their nationals to evacuate. So it was quite a scary time. At that time, suddenly, General Choi Kwang, who was the chief of staff of North Korean People's Army, suddenly showed up in Beijing, and China's President Jiang Zemin welcomed him with some ceremony, and the Chinese newspapers published it quite prominently. And there was a quote on the newspaper, so that's what Jiang Zemin mentioned in public, that strengthening the blood-bound relationship between China and North Korea is China's unwavering, unshakable policy. So I thought that that moment was when the U.S. pressure on North Korea and China's intervention put this whole situation into another higher level of strategic rivalry between two big powers. Mm-hmm. And I thought that North Korea must have learned a very important lesson from this episode. We are asking what kind of lessons we can draw from our experiences with North Korea, but North Korea also have drawn its experiences from its own context with us. Mm-hmm. That lesson which North Korea drew, as I can see, was that, wow, this is really great. This is a huge leverage which I can use. Nuclear development, this can move the United States. The United States came to resolve this one. Can move the United States, and at the same time, it can force China to step in. So you see that with this nuclear leverage, we see the United States coming here and then China coming to counter that influence. So we can create a certain kind of balance of power which would not allow North Korea to collapse. I think that is something taken place around that time. And after that, since then, we've been seeing quite similar patterns repeating many times. For example, we can see that from time to time, of course, I mean, you will ask me that North Korea has been engaged in diplomacy, but you will see that North Korea has been engaged in diplomacy only when it found that it is standing in a certain comfort zone, diplomatic comfort zone. For example, after the framework, agreed framework we signed in 1994, we had several years, several intervals, until the IAEA inspectors would come to check all its facilities, including the undeclared facilities. When we constructed the light water reactor to a certain extent, then before we provide the core components, then IAEA inspectors were supposed to go in and to check the undeclared facilities. So that interval was quite a comfortable zone for North Korea. So it was quite actively engaged in diplomacy. Another case would be during the six-party process. North Korea found it somewhat comfortable until that sampling issue popped up to the fore. It was in 2008, right? And in 2009, it had a nuclear test again. And through this process, China intervened to ameliorate the tensions and so on. And in 2010, you remember that North Korea sank our Cheonan naval ship in western coast. And then also, it launched a artillery shelling on our Yeonpyeong Island. Then at the time, also China intervened to calm down the situation. And in 2018, I think when Secretary Biegun was there, North Korea felt comfortable when the Trump administration linked denuclearization to a peace regime. It was in Singapore, not Vietnam. So these are cases where we are not touching the core of North Korea's nuclear leverage, in this case, verifications. And otherwise, when we were touching on this limit, then North Korea walked away or created a crisis. It walked away in 2002 when Jim Kelly presented the HAU evidence. It walked away in 2008 when sampling issue was creeping up. And it walked away in 2012 when the Leap Day deal collapsed over the satellite launch. This was an important moment for North Korea because 1 year after, in April 2013, Kim Jong-un declared the Biegun line, codifying nuclear development as the one of the essential pillars of its national security. Since then, North Korea has never again accepted a verifiable freeze. And in 2019, North Korea rejected. Of course, I mean, Trump stood up first, but North Korea also rejected the full declaration. So we see that here is a pattern. And as a fact of China, whenever there is a crisis, China steps in. China stepped in 23 after the HEU confrontation. It led the way to six-party talks. And China mediated again in 2008 through the sampling crisis and during the 2009 nuclear crisis, nuclear test, and also through the 2010 inter-Korean crisis. These two crises, China intervened quite heavily. And you know that in 2018 and 2019, through the Singapore summit and the Hanoi summit, Xi Jinping conducted 5 summit meetings with Kim Jong-un before and after. That was a Chinese effort to intervene in every step of this US-DPLK contact. So we see that here is a framework North Korea negotiate when it sees an opportunity to gain, and as long as the talks remain within this comfort zone. But whenever external pressure pushes it beyond that limit, then Pyongyang walks away or creates a crisis. Confident that China would ultimately step in to save it. I think that's the pattern we have seen for the last 30 years, and I think this mechanism still works. So whatever we plan for the future, then I think we have to take this point into our consideration very closely. So far, I'll stop here.
Excellent points. You know, it's interesting in that there's a school of thought that tries to attribute North Korea's return to dialogues along the way as more when they're in a discomfort zone. 1993, 94, when it looked like the U.S. was moving to the military option. 2002, 2003, when the Bush administration was putting heavy pressure on China to bring it back to the table because of, you know, the HEU program. You know, and that each and every engagement is when North Korea feels discomforted or that it's not sufficiently deterring external pressure, then it comes to the table. And then, not surprisingly, when that pressure is lifted because they've come to the table, they've lost the incentive to sit at the table. So that can be a good discussion, you know, after our final presentation. So,
yeah, I'm really glad and honored to be with celebrity diplomats with me. In fact, I was also not at front but behind. I was working for this North Korean nuclear issues for 3 decades, just like all of you. And in early 1990s, I worked at the Blue House about 4 years, and also at the Guido project. And I worked at the New York office and visited North Korea about 10 times. And I worked with Bosworth and Ambassador Anderson. And also I worked at the Unification Ministry. Since then, I started mostly at the KNDA. So I have my own reflection of how things went wrong. And in fact, I found a very interesting phrase from a geopolitician, Tim Marshall, who wrote the bestseller, Prisoners of Geography. And he allocated 1 chapter on Korean issue, Korea. And the very first line begins with this: how do we solve a problem like Korea? How do we solve it? He answered that you don't. You just manage it. The problem was that we even failed to manage it. In those early 1990s, North Korea was such a weak, fragile country. And we are such in an upper hand. But now, things have changed. And also, I was reflecting that if we have heard of his advice carefully, we might be in a better position. At the time, we tried to solve it. We tried to end the North Korean region. We tried to solve denuclearization once and for all. We are too hastened. But it makes a good contrast with the U.S. effort when you are dealing with the collapsing Soviet Union. I heard so many stories of U.S. approach to Soviet Union. You were extremely cautious not to provoke collapsing, dying Soviet Union. You do not want to provoke a hoax in the Soviet Union. So let them, die slowly. But in case of South Korea, we are eager to, try to provoke North Korea and waiting for and activate try to, accelerate their demise. But, so in that way, we couldn't really wisely manage it, wisely. And when I looking back, I would define that our 35 years of denuclearization diplomacy, of course, there is a partial success stories, but overall, we have failed. It's a big, big failure. Then what went wrong? What went wrong? I will come up with a couple of reasons. First, we overly underestimated the North Korean system and the regime's durability. They are far too resilient and resistant beyond our imagination. And the problem was that not only our conservative governments, but also our liberal governments also expecting DPRK's complete transformation changes coming. So that's one of the reason behind the sunshine policy and all our maximum pressure policies. So we expected the DPRK regime to change its transformation, ultimately collapsing, and ultimately our unification by absorption, but that didn't happen. And also, secondly, we overly underestimated the DPRK's will and capability to nuclearly armed and their missile development capabilities. And on the other hand, we overestimated the effect of sanctions pressures against North Korea. It didn't work. Then why it didn't work? Most people often attribute all those DPRK's resistance to the DPRK's own unique political system. I think that explains only part of it. And so lastly, I would say that Northeast Asian geopolitics is very rigid. Despite we had, so-called Francis Fukuyama moment over, in the globe, and we have that moment in Europe. Soviet Union is gone. Eastern European countries are all transformed. There is a German unification. I think we expect exactly that's going to happen in Northeast Asia, but we never had a post-Cold War era in Northeast Asia. China was weak, but still very strong. And, when North Korea is about to collapse, throughout our history, if I look back 500 years of our history, there was a 3 regional warfare. And in all 3 occasions, China intervened to maintain North Korea or Korea as a strategic buffer zone against enemies coming from the seaside. 1891, when Japan invaded Korea, the Ming intervened. At the time, Ming was very weak. They was about to be overthrown by the Qing, but still, they had to intervene. And also during the Cold War time, at the time, the communist China was very weak, but still they intervened. And also, I think that, if we have had a very careful perspective on this rigidity of Northeast Asia, we might have a much lower expectation of a collapsing of North Korea. And we might have managed this denuclearization process more cautiously, but we didn't. But the problem was still, someone have a little bit of over-expectation, over-exaggeration, or underestimation. Still, we have that problem. So I think what I want to say here is that we need to see one North Korea, who he is, and we need to have a real perspective of Northeast Asia and geopolitics. Then I'll move to after failing North Korean nuclear issues, I think we have, 4 North Korean nuclear issues. One is how to deter nuclear-armed North Korea. It's a big, big issue to us. That's why we are asking U.S. More stronger nuclear umbrella, a stronger extended deterrence. And also we want to enhance our national defense capabilities. That's why we are asking for nuclear-powered submarine, all those things. Despite all those things, still Koreans are feeling very nervous about the nuclear-armed North Korea, how they're going to use their weapons against us. I don't think there will be a total pre-planned warfare, but there is still very high chances of various conflicts and confrontation. And secondly, still we need to have this denuclearization issue. It's not dead. I don't think so. We cannot solve it overnight. In short term, it's a very low possibility for us to pursue, successfully in denuclearization. But however, if we are going to have the current position of hands-off position, kind of benign neglect or whatever it is, then North Korea is increasing its nuclear arsenal about 10 to 15 every year. And also another big problem is North Korea's nuclear status will be more accepted by the people. We know that North Korea came to have nuclear weapons, so we all know it's illegal, illegitimate. But some, when I talk to young people, North Korea used to have nuclear weapons. What's wrong? Iran, the Pakistan, India, Israel have it. So I think we need to throughout this denuclearization diplomacy, while having this long-term goal of complete denuclearization, short and mid-term, we need to freeze nuclear activities and also, delegitimize their nuclear status. And thirdly, there is a very high risk of nuclear use on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea has extremely dangerous nuclear posture and nuclear doctrine, like any other nuclear-armed states. So I think also in the confronting that North Korea, also South Korea has extremely forward, standing defense posture. So there will be kind of a very dangerous situation. So I think how do we reduce nuclear use risk and also all those things. And finally, I'll be short here. And South Korea has our own nuclear self-armament opinions, a lot of them. But this current Lee Jae-myung government made it very clear that we are loyal member of NPT. And if we are going to violate the NPT regime, our economy will be collapsing. So it's an impossible option to us. But still, there's lots of people are working, demanding. So we need to deal with it. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that. Great comments across the board. They of course, not surprisingly, generate even more questions. I'd like to, start with Steve. And what I want to do is during this round, ask these select questions one by one, and of course, leave it open if you want to interject. Steve, you are probably best positioned to discuss what President Trump is thinking about, how President Trump sees the North Korea issue today, and within the realms of the possible, what he may seek to pursue. Are his overtures sincere? Is he hedging on the likelihood that he could face the same 4 years? And trust me, as far as unanswered phone calls and unanswered email, we can share a lot of war stories. Knowing what it's like to be cut off. What happens if that happens during the Trump team? What might the president be thinking of? And so a lot of this tracks back to Hanoi. And, the president experienced Hanoi. He saw the limits of what flexibility Kim Jong-un had at that time. We saw a year, 2019, in which another meeting at Panmunjom, your meeting up in Stockholm, yielded no progress. And then since then, that continued growth of the program and refusal to talk has marked it. What is it about Hanoi that shaped the president's thinking about North Korea today? And what do you think he's contemplating in terms of a way ahead?
Yes, so it's very important, that sequence that you just mentioned of meetings, because the common perception is that this period of diplomacy ended with the failure to arrive at an agreement in Hanoi. But as you rightly point out, there was the surprise visit of Kim Jong-un to Panmunjom village to meet with President Trump just a few months later, which would defy that assessment. And our meeting in October in Stockholm was very unproductive for sure. But it was, in the larger context, it wasn't the end of anything. It wasn't necessarily the end of anything. It may have simply been performative on the part of North Koreans. There was some thought even that it was payback for Hanoi, that they needed to snake bite us once because we snake bit them, kind of would be the thinking there. You know, the other thing that I would absolutely emphasize coming out of Hanoi is that it did not end in acrimony. President Trump's embrace handshake with Chairman Kim at the end of the Hanoi meeting was in the context of let's keep trying, we're getting closer, but the gap is too big today for us to reach an agreement. And so Hanoi has been characterized in many ways as a failure, as a rejection. And I think the truest description would be that it simply didn't end in an agreement. Now, systemically for the United States, that's pretty easy for us to digest. You know, we'll try again. Let's get together in a couple weeks, figure out, you know, how we make progress. In the context of the North Korean system, in the build-up in advance of a leader-level engagement like this, it's a very different treatment. And so, despite the fact that it didn't end in acrimony, it certainly had political reverberations in North Korea that were quite obvious. I want to, President Trump does have, like so many, including our diplomats, perhaps me too, has the conceit of the negotiator that everything is negotiable. But not everything is negotiable. Mm-hmm. Sometimes things are not negotiable. It's not simply a failure of negotiating. It may just not be solvable through negotiation. But President Trump continues to believe, for sure, I can see this in his public remarks, that continued engagement with North Korea could produce an outcome, and so he's open to that. He's got a lot on his foreign policy agenda right now, and it has kept North Korea from becoming a central issue, but the president periodically returns to it, including in his recent discussions with Xi Jinping, but also his public musings and commentary during his campaign last year and even earlier this year. And of course, in his meeting with President Yi, they very much discussed this as well. So he's interested, but I don't think it has the focus that other issues like the war in Gaza or the war in Ukraine in seizing his attention. The challenge will be the North Koreans have there's no upside for the North Koreans to engage with the United States right now, particularly at a time in which they are a participant in the conflict in Ukraine. The risk for the North Koreans to get whipsawed between U.S. and Russian expectations is so high that it's very unlikely, in my view, that the North Koreans would even contemplate engagement before there's some outcome, steady state resolution, at least, or interim resolution to the war in Ukraine. I simply don't see the upside for the North Koreans, and so I wasn't at all surprised that they didn't take up the president's clear hints during his last visit to South Korea that it might be another opportunity to meet, perhaps, in Panmunjom Village. But President Trump, I think, is convinced that this is a solvable problem. And you have to understand President Trump, see it through his perspective, to understand the logic. Here's a gentleman, a business person who took the American presidency in 2016 with a fair amount of international awareness and certainly some strongly held views, but not a lot of experience in global affairs. And he was handed off this portfolio in North Korea by President Obama, who characterized it in a convincing manner as the #1 threat facing the United States of America in 2016 and 17. And President Trump, in his first year, took that to heart. But as he scrutinized the issue, you could see him also beginning to gain confidence in his own instincts and his own views on matters related to North Korea. And at some point, he surely asked himself, how is it that 75 years at the time, after the end of the Korean War, that we still have nearly 30,000 U.S. troops on the Korean Peninsula. We have a nuclear weapons program that's out of control in North Korea. The United States homeland is at risk from a potential ICBM delivery of a nuclear weapon. he could be understood for asking himself, what bumbling fools were in charge of this issue for the last 75 years, that here we are in 2016, and we're still essentially in a state of war. I mean, you have to try to get that outcome. That outcome just doesn't accidentally happen. And that kind of informed how he approaches this. He sees this as an anachronism. And for those of you who have been to Parmesan Village, it reeks of the 1950s. Mm-hmm. It literally is the musty smell of a half century ago. The buildings, the crumbling concrete, here and there interspersed with gleaming glass buildings sent to send messages to each other, but nonetheless, President Trump sees this as a solvable problem. And so that's going to inform his view on this. What will that mean? When the administration cites denuclearization in their public commentary, which they have consistently since President Trump resumed office, it feels to me to be a little bit mechanical and robotic, it almost going through the motions. Right. I'm not sure that were the United States and North Korea to sit down today, the expectations would be the same as they were in Hanoi or in Singapore just a few years ago. So we'll see. But I wouldn't hold my breath, not because President Trump has lost interest in North Korea. I wouldn't hold my breath because I don't see the upside for the North Koreans at this point to engage.
I think that's a good way of explaining a phenomenon we've had to explain repeatedly being associated with the Obama era North Korea policy and the accusations of strategic patience, and never once was that actually the term we used for our policy. What we did say is we weren't going to chase. We're going to leave the door open, credibly leave the door open, while maintaining deterrence and while seeking to increase pressure to lead North Korea to make the right decision. And I think this is the same challenge that the president is facing today. And I think he's pragmatic in terms of not wanting to chase without any evidence put before him that Pyongyang is going to change its current desire not to engage the United States. So he's got a credible approach, but one that will be subject to criticism, which is relatively easy to dismiss, that he's not doing enough. But it's because, again, as an experienced negotiator, one, he sees every issue has a potential solution, or at the very least, he doesn't want to weaken his hand by chasing. So, no, thank you for that. Bob, I have a question here. I mean, this is a broader sense. If you look at the challenge that policymakers in Seoul and Washington have today, you've got these competing demand signals. On the one hand, a demand signal for engagement, reconciliation, outreach to North Korea. Lee Jae-myung has, among other things, put a halt to broadcast, halt to leaflets, halt to loudspeakers, halt to discussion of unification through absorption, and according to the newspaper overnight is getting prepared to apologize for drone flights and everything. He is doing everything to address that, the demand made by Kim Jong-un through the National Security Office Director Chung Eui-yong at the time, that the system be guaranteed, that regime change would not be pursued, but that things would be done to less threaten the North Korean system. So you have that requirement, what we would call in maybe assurance language. In deterrence language, that assurance dimension, you have a ROK public that's probably mixed. Some are happy to see this, some are worried about deterrence, so you need reassurance. We need to be putting aircraft carriers in there every once in a while, B-52 bombers, and you need to have this credible deterrence. How do you calibrate that going forward? And the trade-offs, particularly if we're going to have 5 years of conservative, strengthening, muscle flexing, applauding drones being flown over North Korea territory, and then you have 5 years of the exact opposite. What's a feasible way forward, given everything we talked about?
Sid, I think that's a very reasonable way of approaching what we've all been talking about here this morning. I'm now teaching a seminar that I keep teaching over and over again at Georgetown until I get it right. And it's on nuclear weapons and international security. And so when I think about, as you have just characterized, the ROK's approach right now, which is to, as I understand it, to avoid unnecessarily sticking your finger in their eye. You know, being smart about this. Nothing has to happen right now. We don't expect any great breakthroughs of denuclearization given their current position, as I said, plus the declaratory policy. So what do we want to do? I would have said, somewhat the way this panel was set up this morning, that we want to do what is useful to reducing the likelihood of catastrophe. I mean, if we don't do anything else, I would have said that what we would be aiming for was to avoid big mistakes, big accidents, big misperceptions. The United States, you know, I remember saying this 30-some years ago, we actually don't have regime change in our mind when we think about North Korea. I didn't think we did then. You know, I had conversations with the president at the time. I don't think we had it then, and I don't think we have it now. As Steve has said, that's not where President Trump is. That's not what he's aiming for. Okay, so then what do we want to do? We want to look, traditional arms control tells us, all right, what is the North doing that's provocative? Well, low-yield nuclear weapons, sometimes called tactical nuclear weapons. Well, what does that mean? That means they want to have nuclear weapons that they can use more readily in the event of a conventional conflict in which they are overmatched by the ROK plus the USA, unless China comes in and joins on their side, which eventually they might, if history is a guide. But in the meantime, the North is investing in fighting, being able to fight a nuclear war and lowering the nuclear threshold. And that tells me instinctively that's not good. So, you know, this is not saying denuclearization. This is saying traditional arms control, and that was how this was set up. So I think there's stuff we can do that makes conflict less likely, makes escalation to the use of nuclear weapons less likely. That's one. Another is simply command and control. What is it that we think we know, by we I mean the ROK and the USA together, about command and control of nuclear weapons in North Korea? We have talked in the U.S. about conversations with countries that have nuclear weapons that will have these conversations very much in an offline kind of way. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm thinking of countries like India and Pakistan and Israel. And those conversations can take place, and in the cognoscenti of nuclear weapons managers, they can be very useful in reducing the likelihood of very bad things happening. I mean, there's actually two conversations. There's this kind of conversation, which I am interested in right now, and then there's the conversation of the kind the rest of us have been having, and Steve particularly, about what's likely in a political sense, in a political diplomatic sense, of both the United States and the DPRK. When are they going to both be ready to have some conversation that is going to improve relations? And if you can avoid saying denuclearization, I think you're doing well. It's not that we'll forget about it. We want to assure, certainly, our allies in Northeast Asia that we are looking for denuclearization ultimately as an outcome. Not to have them isolated as the non-nuclear states and more than one enemy in the potential enemy in the region, Beijing and Pyongyang, with nuclear weapons. That's not the long-term outlook that the United States has. We have a different view, and it's an arms control informed view. So what I'm saying is, I think there are at least two speeds here. There's the political diplomatic speed, which I think has to be informed by the interests of both states, and we've already been warned about not being presumptuous about what the North wants. And then there's another conversation about weapons, particularly nuclear weapons, and the things that we should have come to understand can reduce the likelihood of escalation to their use.
Great. As a segue, let me interject. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, can I just add one
Sure.
point to what Dr. Carlucci just said? Of course, I'm here. I'm not representing the Korean government, but first of all, we see that the denuclearization of North Korea will be a quite tough and time-consuming job we have to do, and we don't know exactly how long that will take. We all agree that that denuclearization should remain the end state of our all diplomatic efforts. So meanwhile, then, until we manage the pathway to denuclearization, then what are we supposed to do? And particularly South Korean government should do. I think that's the questions we have to want to find here. On that point, what I can observe now is that Lee government is trying to do its efforts in at least in three tracks. I mean, you mentioned one is that deterrence. Deterrence we all understand, the extended deterrence of the United States and the South Korea's far expanded conventional capabilities, and also our two sides has agreed to introduce nuclear-powered submarines to Korean arsenal. That is a deterrence course. And another one, risk reduction, as you mentioned, that particularly along the border area, we have taken, South Korean government has taken some unilateral measures there, stopped the broadcasting, stopped the balloon launches, and so on, and recently proposed the military-to-military talks even. Right. And also, we are leaving the diplomatic track quite widely open. Particularly, I think what we needed to notice is the November 14 fact sheet, where there is one line that both governments are committing to the 2018 Singapore joint statement between DPRK and the United States, which document very particularly links the denuclearization with the peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. I think there is one document which Kim Jong-un boasted as his achievement, and at that time there was a lot of criticism in Washington against that document. But this time when I saw when it was published, then I don't think we saw much criticism here. But anyway, that is there, and that will be starting point when Mr. Trump meets Kim Jong-un or whatever diplomatic initiative start again. And just last point, arms control. I think whatever we engage with North Korea, from our perspective, that cannot be a arms control efforts, because in arms control, in order to do that, as far as I can understand, then we have to recognize North Korea as a nuclear weapon state, and North Korea as a kind of equal counterpart. So
Not necessarily.
no.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if I could, I don't mean to interrupt, but that phrase, recognize North Korea as a nuclear weapon state, that unfortunately creates the image of rejecting the language of the NPT, and we don't want to be there.
Right.
But recognizing North Korea as a state possessing nuclear weapons, that we should do.
Pragmatic. It's
If we didn't do that, we'd have to wonder about our sanity.
So in that way, you can do some kind of arms control discussion with North Korea.
That's all that's required.
It does risk legitimizing
Of course.
nuclear, and that's a risk, but the reality is
You begin the talks and end the talks by saying our long-term goal is
remains,
right?
Could I interject in this too? Because this is probably the central debate now about how we might proceed in the future.
Right.
Is the question of setting aside, if not forfeiting, at least setting aside denuclearization as the ultimate objective, and instead focusing more on the interim, which is arms control. And arms control is indistinguishable in many ways from the interim phases of denuclearization. It's the same thing. And the
Right.
question really turns on what the ultimate goal is and outcome is. And that's why we were unable, ultimately, that's why we were unable to get an agreement in Hanoi, is defining that end state of complete denuclearization, which was in the Singapore agreement, was impossible for us to reconcile with North Korea.
Yeah.
The second and third order consequences of tacitly acknowledging, accepting North Korea as a state possessing nuclear weapons are still formidable. I think we need to recognize that kind of shift in U.S. policy will have reverberations in Seoul,
Globally,
in Tokyo,
yeah.
and elsewhere.
Yeah.
A second challenge is that I remain to be persuaded. I understand the logic of it completely, but I remain to be persuaded that the North Koreans would be any more enthusiastic about arms control discussions than complete denuclearization. And the last issue is that once we do this, there's no going back. And so we really need to think long and hard about if this is a shift we are going to make on our approach to the Korean Peninsula. The logic doesn't elude me to what you and Bob are saying. Just the permanence of the decision to do this is
Can I
significant.
foot stomp?
Asterisk. Just
I have foot stomp after your asterisk.
asterisk. The word accept and the word acknowledge, those words are different. If you say, well, am I advocating accepting nuclear, that the DPRK is a nuclear weapon state, I would say no. Okay? I would say, are you acknowledging that North Korea, DPRK, possesses nuclear weapons? I would say yes. Right? Now you ask, what is it I'd like to do tomorrow? I'd like to talk about a lot of things that are important that I presume they could have an interest in too. It could be economic, it could be political, it could be security, it could be arms control and reducing the risks given that you have nuclear weapons and we have nuclear weapons. What does that mean for the long term? For the long term, my objective remains the same. Right? I'm not accepting the North Korean situation, the reality. I'm acknowledging it is the reality right now, but I'm not accepting it.
It would take very deft diplomacy, but it's possible to convince others of those distinctions, because
Thank you.
ultimately
Okay.
it's not us that we have to convince. We can convince ourselves very easily on almost anything. Our ability to convince our partners and allies around the world is going to be much more consequential, and convincing the North Koreans. But there are effects for us. It would be, I think, naive for us to believe that we would go into a arms control negotiation with the North Koreans where only their chips are on the table. They will have a point of view on our extended deterrent. They will have a point of view on our deployed forces in the Indo-Pacific. They'll have a point of view on our total number of warheads.
Bring it on.
And exercises. An important point you make, Steve, is something I've repeated over and over. There's a myth out there that a laser focus on complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization has blinded us to the perfect has blinded us to the good of what would be a gradual rollback of the North Korean program. And indeed, every approach, six-party talks, Leap Day understanding, and even Singapore, Hanoi, always had that flavor of arms control. It begins with a credible declaration, a halt to current activities, a discussion over arsenal size, rolling back the arsenal size, and then disable, dismantle, abandon. So there is no magical arms control solution out there because right now Kim Jong-un refuses to talk about anything, and I might think the logic of their public messaging is, we're a nuclear weapons power, state, you call us what you want. Nobody else is putting their arsenal on the table, and why should we? And if anybody's arsenal is put on the table, it should be the true source of nuclear danger on the Korean Peninsula, the United States, and it's extended. So we know the logic of what they'd have. So I wanted to ask a question, Biegun, to you, and frame it to the degree that you can. Is peaceful coexistence really possible? We say we don't have a regime change policy, right? Do we not want North Korea to denuclearize? Do we not want them to change their behavior? From Pyongyang's perspective, the United States, whether it admits it or not, has a regime change policy as long as it doesn't accept North Korea's nuclear weapons program and nuclear weapon writ large. But a peaceful coexistence vision, I think in the back of his mind as Lee Jae-myung proclaims end, he might not articulate it or not. He may continue to give credence to denuclearization as a goal, but he realizes it's highly unlikely. And getting to some area where at least the tensions on the peninsula can be removed is a commendable outcome. Is it possible? And you can maybe wrap up your response because we've got about 1 minute left, maybe 3 if I cheat, because it'll take him at least 2 minutes to come and pull us off the stage. So if you could comment on that.
One thing most unique and particular about this Lee Jae-myung North Korea policy could be the emphasis on peaceful coexistence, because all our previous North Korea policies have failed in denuclearization and any changes or economic cooperation, everything. So, our principle was first denuclearization first, peace regime second. I think we need to change our approach, our strategy. And as you said, that as long as North Korea is threatened of its system, its state existence, its a dynastic regime, it's not going to give up the weapons. But the only way for them to be, so susceptible to our influence is to have a certain level of peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, meaning that inter-Korean relations should be normalized. But before that, U.S. DPRK relations should be normalized. I don't think that it's normalization, full normalization first, and then denuclearization. But going hand in hand would have a much better success of denuclearization and the war avoidance on the Korean Peninsula.
Well, we've got a Ninth Party Congress coming up, right? And it should provide us some language that amplifies the concept of the two Koreas. We're separate. They're a perpetually hostile state, South Korea as seen from North Korea. And maybe we'll see some language of whether there's any flexibility on it. The cynic in me wants to argue North Korea thrives on tension and distrust and hostility. It protects its system internally by portraying South Korea as an eternal sworn enemy. It's also a reason why, as Steve mentioned, it doesn't really want better relations with the U.S. These are all long-term obstacles. I think we just licked the watermelon, subak kot halki, right? We just touched the surface of this issue. But I thank you all for some very good comments and presentations, and thank you all for listening.
Thanks, Susan.
We'll now break for a 30-minute lunch. Boxed lunches are available out in the atrium. And for our online audience, we'll resume on the same event page at 11:45. Thank you.
he has kept a very upbeat,
Yeah.
but I think a lot of that is, it's having a toll on him, I can tell.
Because every time I've seen him and talked to him about it when he's here, you know how he is. He's like compartmentalizing and he's not.
Totally, that is
Yeah,
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to resume the program for the afternoon, and we're very happy to have with us the former Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell. I mean, I think it's often said with someone like Kurt, like he doesn't need an introduction because he's so famous, but I was looking at his bio this morning, and I've known you for a long time, but I've been looking at his bio this morning, and it really is something that's truly impressive. So I'm actually going to formally introduce him to you
Please
all.
don't. Just,
No, it's just like, this is really impressive. So, as you all know, recently served as the 22nd Deputy Secretary of State, now chairman back at the Asia Group, where he is chairman and co-founder. He held a position in the White House that didn't exist before, which was the coordinator for the Indo-Pacific. So he was the inaugural Indo-Pacific coordinator in the White House. And then prior to that, as you all know, served as Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs in the Obama administration, where he authored both in policy and in academia the so-called Pivot to Asia, which is one of the 10 books. I didn't know this until I read it. 10 books that you have authored or edited. If you haven't read The Pivot, it's really a fantastic book. I've assigned it in my classes many times at Georgetown.
those are the only people who've read it, by the way. And so
You're being
my
modest.
aunt has 4 copies, that's it.
And I'm happy to say that he's also teaching at Georgetown, which is something that we're very excited about. He did his BA at UCSD, University of California, San Diego, his DPhil at Oxford, and he was also been awarded the Secretary of State's Distinguished Service Award, which is the highest diplomatic honor that can be given by the United States to a official. We're going to do this as a conversation, if that's
Great.
okay with you.
Perfect, Victor.
And I think maybe we could start, well, first, thank you so much for coming. I know how terribly busy you are. We really do appreciate it. I thought we'd maybe start by getting your impressions of the recent trip that President Trump just took to Asia. As you know, it was a big trip. He was in Southeast Asia, then over to Japan and Korea. It's difficult to do both subregions in one trip, but he did it. And, you know, a number of things happened during the trip. Just so your overall impressions of it as clearly a veteran on these sorts of trips and these sorts of issues.
Great. Victor, first of all, it's a privilege to be here back at CSIS. I saw my good friend Steve Biegun, who served with real distinction as the deputy before I came in here, and I want to thank him for all the commitment that he has given to public service in the State Department. I'm going to just give you one quick anecdote, and I do appreciate being here, about all those positions, what they're good for and what they amount to. So like all of you, I traveled during the period of disruption over the last couple of weeks, and so I was trying to make my way to Australia. Our flights were canceled, and so as I'd been on the road for about 24 hours. I was in Los Angeles. It was about 2 a.m, and, you know, they take you off the flight, you know, it's not going to go. So you're standing in a long line waiting to get some sort of stub that will allow you to take a taxi to the horrible hotel before you try to get on the flight the next day. And so I'm standing in this line, and it's just forever. And so I struck up a conversation with my colleague next to me. And by the way, this is a lesson to all of you. Never do this. Never do this. So I was getting a little pissed off. I was a little irritated and tired, and I normally am never like this. And so I turned to him and I said, you know, 8 months ago, I was the Deputy Secretary of State. and he looks at me, and I'm not kidding, he looks at me and he goes, buddy, who gives a shit? So just to, yeah, I hear clapping. I know that. So just keep that in mind, folks, when you're, so again, Victor, it's great to be here. So look, the truth is, we all watched very closely. I don't know of a trip of a leader that sort of garnered more attention and focus on every dimension of it. And the truth is that in many respects, it's like an opening act of a Shakespearean play. We're looking for some of the next manifestations. We're trying to understand what relationships were set in place, what they mean going forward. Subsequently, we've now got acknowledgement that President Trump will be visiting China as the guest of President Xi in early April. We've also heard and understand that he's going to bring with him a commercial and trade delegation, very much like the kind that we had in the 1990s. We haven't seen that in a long time. There's been a call between the two leaders in the last couple of weeks, lots of questions about who originated that call, each side, I think, claiming the authorship of who initiated it, and then an immediate call thereafter to the Japanese Prime Minister making some requests about toning it down with respect to Taiwan. So lots of things, Victor, we're only going to be able to interpret in time. But I would say there were a couple of things that I think we can be reassured by. One is enormous amount of energy by the president on this trip. At every stop, he was really going at full throttle. He engaged, I thought, very effectively with all of his interlocutors, and there was a clear schedule in each of the stops in KL, in Japan, and in Korea. I will say a few things just, glancing in terms of interpretation. Much more focused, the original purpose of this visit was for the multilateral engagements, the EAS and APEC. But in fact, the president focused mostly on the bilateral agenda in each of these countries. I think enormous care was taken to treat the president with great respect. Each one of the leaders thought carefully not only about what the appropriate gift would be, but also what were the things that the leaders could engage President Trump in that the president would find compelling. So lots of focus, Victor, on supply chains, on critical minerals, and obviously in a couple of stops on shipbuilding per se. I do want to just underscore that even though the visit itself was important, the engagements on Asia begin a couple of days before that with the visit of Prime Minister Albanese to the United States. And that was a very significant bilateral engagement after very little high-level engagement between Australia and the United States. The opinion polls in Australia are complicated, Victor, about President Trump. I thought Prime Minister Albanese walked that careful line, deeply respectful, but also engaged the United States in critical areas of mutual responsibility with respect to both technology, AI, critical minerals, also reaffirmed AUKUS, something that I thought was quite important and grateful for. Lots of focus on Australia making the argument for continued American engagement and why American engagement in Southeast Asia and the Pacific was consistent with America First. So if you begin the arc of their engagement there, important opportunities in KL, Victor, the kind of ceremonial focus on what took place between Cambodia and Thailand, I thought was of critical importance. And then obviously the president's engagement with Prime Minister Takichi in Japan reaffirmed the alliance. And I thought she very effectively basically underscored that in some respects she was the logical heir to Prime Minister Abe, who had such a close relationship with President Trump, and also kind of manifestation of a East Asian version of Margaret Thatcher. She did an excellent job, and what we've already seen, and you've got to give Victor some credit here, is counsel behind the scenes with the Korean government, a substantial set of engagements there on shipbuilding, possibilities for nuclear submarines, where more has to be built out over this. And then obviously the visit between the two leaders. One of the hard things, though, for us in terms of trying to understand what plays out is that the readouts after these meetings are often quite narrow. And then normally in almost all venues, Victor and I would normally be in these kinds of meetings in earlier incarnations of our career. Very few working level people. These are mostly cabinet level folks that sit in meetings. And so sometimes the readouts are incomplete. But overall, I thought it was a positive visit. I think the issues that we're going to have to watch for going forward, Victor, is does the president still believe that our alliance structures are important and critical? I don't think I need to tell you there is some anxiety in Japan about, the president getting on a call with Takeichi right after talking with President Xi. I think we can interpret this in the best possible light, but deep down we probably all have some anxieties. But the real issues that we're going to need to focus on in the next little while as Secretary Bessent engages with his counterpart, the Vice Premier in China, is as they prepare for April, both sides want a profound, quite transformative set of interactions. The president wants more agricultural engagement. He sees the softening in some parts of the United States with upcoming elections, worried, Victor, about traditional Republican agricultural places perhaps becoming a little disillusioned. He wants more sales of sorghum, of wheat, rice, corn, soybeans, but also exotic nuts and the like from the central San Joaquin Valley. So he'd like that as part of the deal. The Chinese, I think, are intent on figuring out what's possible on technology. That is being hotly contested. And obviously, we're going to be watching carefully for what it means for Taiwan. So the answer to your very good question is I thought it was a positive trip, but frankly, we will only be able to fundamentally evaluate what it means when we have more data on the graph to be able to say, look, this is part of a framework here. What I'm really hopeful for, Victor, as we go forward is we'd love to see the reconvening of the Quad. We'd like to see a re-engagement, trilateral engagement between the United States, South Korea, and Japan. And frankly, more than anything else, I'd like to see a rebuilding of this critical relationship between the United States and India.
Yeah, great, terrific. There are a number of things that I want to come back to in what you said, but before I do that, there's one other question I want to ask you broadly in terms of overall Asia policy. You have said it many times, and there have been many venues in which I have said it, others like Mike Green have said it, and that is that U.S. policy to the Indo-Pacific has generally been very bipartisan. And I guess the question is to what extent you think that's still the case. I mean, you kind of referred to some of them, what are the commonalities or through lines you see from when you were working these issues in the previous administration to the current administration, and what do you feel is different? I mean, part of what you said just now makes me feel like on the surface there are some things that look like they're similar, but there is a deeper anxiety in Asian capitals about how much of these agreements are just purely transactional versus like this deep belief in the deep resilience of these alliance relationships.
Yeah, and Victor, one of the things that's interesting, and I always kind of struggle with this, I do wonder, has our policy traditionally over the last 30 or 40 years been bipartisan or nonpartisan? And there is a difference, actually. But I found, frankly, over the last several years, some of our biggest supporters as Democrats in a Democratic administration were found on the Republican side, on technology, on military spending, on alliances. And I have always been reassured that in contrast to other regions, there has been a broad degree of consensus on the way forward between Democrats and Republicans. The honest truth is I'm not completely sure how much of that transcends currently into Asia. It is an interesting dynamic that in almost every venue that President Trump speaks at, he finds time to disparage President Biden and the previous administration. And in that environment, it is hard to sustain bipartisanship. And so I have a lot of friends in this administration. it's not unusual and probably not surprising. They're not inviting me over to their offices to sit down for lunch. When we meet secretly, and they don't want to be seen and with me, and it makes you feel bad. You feel like, but that's the reality that we live with. I think the truth is, when we look at some of the things that President Trump has rolled back on and said, look, we're not going to do it like the Inflation Reduction Act. If you look at that bill in its earlier and later forms, this was not authored by President Biden. These were important technology bills that really emerged out of the Senate from largely Republicans. And so in many respects, President Trump represents a third strand, if you would, of how to think about the world. I'd like to think that there is a degree of bipartisanship. I root for the United States and President Trump in these circumstances. But at the same time, I think we have to realize the limitations and how ferocious politics has become. My biggest test will be the upcoming engagement between the United States and China. And I think what is hard, one of the things we did not discuss, Victor, throughout the trip, the president was not only getting ready for this meeting with President Xi, and this is important, it's critical, and he's accepting the challenge, but he was constantly asking about whether his potential invitation to Kim Jong-un had been accepted and whether he'd have the opportunity to meet with with Kim Jong-un either along the DMZ or somewhere else. And we try to be very polite about it, but the truth is a huge part of his worldview is about engagement between Russia, North Korea, and China. And he is drawn to these authoritarian leaders in an interesting way. And I listened to the people around the president put this in the best possible light and try to explain it in a way that can be consistent with traditional approaches. But it is undeniably unusual that there's this much focus on countries that, at least from my perspective, appear to have declared and underscored quite directly that they are interested in undermining the American role globally.
Great. We should talk a little bit about Korea.
Yeah.
The administration, based on the fact sheet and the SCM, seemed committed to the NCG, the Nuclear Consultative Group. They, I think, mentioned it by name, something that you helped to create. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on a couple of these other new elements. In particular, you referenced shipbuilding, your thoughts on that, and then also the nuclear submarine agreement. I was on CNBC or one of these shows, and you were apparently on the night before, and you were talking about this, and your comments were kind of positive on the nuclear submarine agreement. You thought it was doable, workable.
Yeah.
Love your thoughts on these things.
Well, look, and I committed to you, and we've got other folks, excellent ambassadors in the audience who've served with such distinction in Seoul. Very few leaders have been as effective with President Trump as President Lee. I wouldn't have anticipated that necessarily, but he has taken the counsel of many people in this room, and he's done an excellent job. And the way that he has attacked the problem of shipbuilding is quite impressive. So if you just track what we think we know, first of all, he's underscored the commitment of Korean firms that have made investments in the United States. He's indicated that he wants to support the indigenous capacity of the United States, but he's been very honest with the president about how hard that will be and how long that will take. And he indicated, look, if you need to do this quickly, then some of this is going to have to be done in South Korea. And that will mean that you're going to have to address domestic legislation in the United States. So he had a very clear game plan with the president. The president apparently was potentially interested in the way forward. South Korea has unique capacities in shipbuilding, and you would think that this would be an ideal place for us to work together. Frankly, we need help here, and it's undeniable, not just in the civilian capacity, but particularly in the military capacity as well. Victor, in truth, South Korea is a highly sophisticated technological country. For almost all the countries in the world, it is going to be easiest for them to attain the capacity of a nuclear-powered submarine. I believe that the technology is clear, that it is possible to do this in a way that does not violate or call into question any non-proliferation elements. And so as a trusted partner and as a key country in the sort of general framework of the U.S. alliance system, I would support this 100%. You occasionally see reports about how the United States needs to upgrade and integrate our alliance structures. Sometimes those reports leave out South Korea. That's a terrible mistake. Ultimately, I think we have to be ambitious about what's possible with South Korea, understanding some of the dynamics they're facing. I think what we've seen quite clearly in the last couple of days is President Lee underscoring that for right now, he wants a strong nuclear umbrella over South Korea, that he believes that the path towards potential indigenous nuclear capacity is challenging, probably inappropriate right now. And so I'm very pleased by some of the steps that we're taking. I think we're going to have to figure out how these investment vehicles that have been announced in both Japan and South Korea are going to work, how this massive amount of money will be, distributed. I will say the two largest investors in the United States over the last 5 years have been South Korea and Japan. So that progress is already there in high-quality batteries, in AI, in auto manufacturing, and a whole host of technology-related ventures. But I'm not sure it's going to be the way that some in the United States have described it, with money coming to the United States and then President Trump making decisions about where that money will be spent, almost like a sovereign wealth fund. I think that's unlikely, but those details are being worked out now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, like you said, the last 5 years, greenfield investment, Korea's been one of the top, if not the top.
Number one. And the truth is, what's interesting about that is normally you are proud of that because it's such a powerful indicator of strategic vibrancy. But the truth is, there is some ambivalence in Korea about that, because they're saying, shouldn't some of that investment come to Korea as opposed to going to the United States? But from the American perspective, we should be very grateful and appreciative of that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of I want to pick up on the ambivalence that you mentioned. See, one thing that we haven't had a chance to talk about was right after this $350 billion investment was announced last August, we had this ICE raid on the Hyundai facility in Georgia. It seems like the administration has tried to recover from that as quickly as they could, sending basically your successor out to Korea to express regret and open a separate visa negotiation. Your thoughts on that would be?
So, guys, we're always looking for things that have strategic resonance. The Hyundai story was a couple of days in the United States, and then we moved on to other challenges or difficulties. That's not the case in Asia, Victor, and it is not the case that it extends just to South Korea. You have many Asian manufacturers who have other kinds of factories in the United States that are deeply worried because their workers are on similar kinds of visas and they don't want what happened. And remember, like, these are, highly educated technological guys, and they're being handcuffed and put in buses and with shackles. That's inappropriate and very hard to explain. I'm grateful that there is a dialogue underway to try to make sure that does not happen again. But I do believe that there is some lingering anxiety about that. And I think all companies are going to be thinking about that as they go forward. I think the point that you're getting at, though, Victor, is although the president's visit was, I think, through Asia, quite successful, each of the leaders faced subsequent domestic criticism about giving away too much, about needing to preserve and protect national dignity, and questions about, whether the United States is going to be reliable. And those criticisms sting in Japan, South Korea, and KL.
Okay. I know your time is limited, but let me just get to two more topics quickly. And one of them you mentioned already, which is the Japan-Korea relationship, U.S. Japan-Korea trilateralism. We had you on this stage just as the Biden administration was finishing in a sort of a retrospective, and I asked you, what were the high points during your time as Deputy Secretary, and one of them you mentioned without blinking an eye was Camp David. And so I want to ask you I know you guys worked really hard on that, gave it a really good foundation. How are you looking? I know what we would like to see, but how are you looking at that in terms of the continued resilience of that, the relationship with Lee and Takaichi, the trilateral? I know that your aspirations were to have this formal trilateral meeting at least once a year.
Once a year.
Yeah.
So look, Victor, what's interesting about the last little while, to the extent that momentum has been sustained, it has been sustained by leadership in Japan and South Korea, with, I think, both leaders, each of whom you would wonder, given their previous statements and views, whether they would be as enthusiastic about that. But each of them has overcome some of their historical views and statements to embrace elements of both that bilateral relationship and are open to the trilateral component to it. I think when you ask the question about what will continue as we go forward, my hope is that in 2026, we will see the reconvening of the Quad and that we will see some sort of trilateral engagement. I think Secretary Rubio has indicated that he believes that these are important and that they are, again, either originated in the Trump administration or, should be continued. And I was warned and told very clearly by a friend in government, some things we're going to say that we started, you broke during the Biden administration, and we've resurrected it. I'm fine with that, as long as
whatever works.
Whatever works. So my hope is that happens, Victor. I will say this, though, and I just think we need to underscore it. The president, there was a period in diplomacy in Asia where China preferred to conduct most of its diplomacy in a bilateral context. And they still do in some respects, but they are now more multilateral. And I think that was the case because they never wanted to be cornered, but they also wanted to be able to extract a quid pro quo in any setting. It appears that President Trump is more comfortable in these bilateral settings than multilateral. When he was at the G7 in Canada, that was cut short. A lot of reasons why, but I think it's undeniable he's not as comfortable in some of those settings, and I'm not sure why that is. It could be that some of the Klieg-lights are not just on him, and but at the same time, I think these are both vehicles that should be seen directly as in American strategic best interest, not as either Democratic or Republican, but in the national interest.
Yeah, great. Last but not least, North Korea.
Yeah.
I know that during your administration, you made a lot of efforts to try to engage with North Korea without much success. The Trump administration, in fairness, also up until this point has had no success engaging with North Korea. I guess the question is where do you think we go from here? And if we were ever to re-engage with North Korea, what would be the purpose or the goal? I mean, sure, denuclearization is a nice thing to say that we're after, but this is a big program now, and it's a very sophisticated program. I'm just curious to get your thoughts.
Yeah, so look, in truth, during the transition, one of the things that the key players on the Trump team wanted from us was our best suggestions about how to get in touch with Kim Jong-un. The president had communication with him early in his tenure, but that had been more challenging, I think, as he got closer to the election. I think we know they've tried very hard to reach out to resurrect high-level engagement. I think the message that we have heard from North Korea is that there's no reason to engage unless the United States changes its position and accepts North Korea as a nuclear state. And so they are setting a precondition for engagement. The interesting thing about President Trump is that, we're constantly looking for what are the constants in his worldview. But nuclear weapons is an interesting feature of his psychology. He understands the importance of it. On the way over, he talked about, I think he was briefed probably improperly and thought a nuclear-related system was actually a nuclear test, and announced that we were prepared to restart nuclear testing. I think that is unlikely, but he's also mentioned in certain venues flexibility about other countries thinking about nuclear weapons. So we just don't know. My expectation is that he would not say, yes, we accept North Korea as a nuclear state, for fear that it would set off sort of a series of actions that would be difficult to predict. But at the same time, I think one of the things that is just undeniable, Victor, is that the politics have changed, and it does not appear that North Korea is as interested in engaging either with the United States or South Korea or Japan, where in the past, for a variety of commercial and other interests, they wanted those lines of communication. I think they are relatively satisfied with this, kind of set of arrangements with Russia and China and other countries. Economy's growing, and so I don't feel that they are under any sort of pressure to re-engage with the United States or other countries. I think the hard thing, though, Victor, and this is probably the subtext of your question, is that it is only a matter of time before there is a provocation of some sort that will force the United States. We may decide we're going to engage on our terms, but at some point we will probably have to engage on their terms, which will be at a moment of uncertainty in Asia.
Right. And they use those provocations to force us to engage on their terms.
On their terms, and they're often very effective as we go forward. But at the same time, the president probably does not have the inhibitions about engagement with Kim Jong-un that other leaders might have. And so it's not impossible to imagine at some point on a future visit that indeed the two leaders would sit down. I do believe now that the North Koreans have basically set a guideline that there has to be some sort of acknowledgement of their nuclear status. I think it'll be hard for them to back off for that now. And actually, Victor, maybe as the last one, what do you think? I mean, you're the expert here. I mean, everything we tried failed, every single thing. But what do you think is the likely outcome?
Well, I agree that we have to keep trying, right? Denuclearization is a nice thing to say, but realistically speaking, it's not something we're going to achieve in 5 years, even in 10 years. I think the focus on coordinating the allies is really important, although we don't have the same sanctions tools that we did before. So I'm kind of at a loss. That's why I asked you the question.
Yeah. I will say, though, guys, just as you think about this, like, we all are wondering about the lessons of Ukraine, modern warfare, how it's rendered certain capacities almost irrelevant, like tanks, and the role of UAVs and the like. But it is also the case, an undeniable sort of lesson is that when you give up your nuclear weapons, you're more vulnerable. Yeah. And, you know, that has also been reaffirmed in other places as well. And so it's got to be something that North Korea is thinking about in the back of its mind.
Yeah. Well, Kurt, thanks so much for
Victor.
spending time with us. The work that you've done with the Quad, with Camp David, with the Pivot, as you know, I'm a scholar of U.S. policy in Asia, and I can't think of anybody who's been more influential and creative in terms of our policy in Asia.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I'm
you,
not
Victor.
just saying that because you're here today. I mean,
Thank
I
you
really
very
mean
much.
it. So,
Well,
anyway,
and
please.
remember, and the lesson, guys, when you're standing in line, don't say stupid shit, okay? Just stand quietly and take it, all right?
Please, thank you.
What do you guys think? We're good? All right. 준비됐습니까?
Okay.
All right. All right. 지금 내가 너무 많이 먹었으니까 그래서 조금 조여요. Yeah, I'm kidding. All right. So we're going to keep rolling here with to try to build on a very, very great conference so far. Excellent first panel. Kurt's remarks, fantastic. Really excellent keynotes by the New Korea Foundation president. So we're going to try to live up to the high bar that's already been set here this morning as we roll into the afternoon. We've got a really an excellent and timely panel on the U.S. ROK Trade Deal. And we also will hope to get into the overall trading relationship as well, commercial, critical technologies, all of that. And we've got an all-star panel to represent a wide range of views from commercial practitioners, former government officials, academics, you name it, we've got it. It's here for you at this conference here today. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our panelists quickly. Please do take a look at their full bios. They're on your tables. They are really impressive folks. I'm going to try to do justice to their bios here. But first, I'm going to go this way on the panel. Kim Hyun Chung, correct? Did I get it? Pardon me. No more audio. All right. Pronunciation's too hard. Currently at Asan, former president of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, widely published in academia, 300 plus articles. I think you and Victor are in an arms race there to get up to that number. And a member of the Foreign Affairs Security Unification Advisory Council and the National Economic Council, separate councils to the Democratic Party of Korea. Welcome to the panel. Next, Kelly Ann Shaw, former Deputy Assistant to the President for International Economic Affairs and Deputy Director of the National Economic Council. You were also, I think, the Sherpa at some of the big multilateral gatherings. It's an incredibly important job for those of you who don't follow the machinations of the White House closely, but incredibly important job. Partner at Aiken, Trade Counsel on the Ways and Means Committee, USTR experience, and CSIS as a senior advisor as well. Welcome, Kelly. All right, moving on to Kim Sung-ho. He's a professor currently at Hallym University, former Deputy Trade Minister for Legal and Multilateral Affairs, career diplomat, really interesting background in the service there. He was ambassador to Iran, consul general in Shanghai, also represented the Korean government at OECD, the WTO, and the European Union. He too is well published. Welcome to the panel. And last but certainly not least, Rob Porter. He is the Chief Global Affairs Officer at Coupang, which is a Seattle-based company, not a Korean-based company. There's often confusion on that. He is former White House Staff Secretary. That too is I would say, an undervalued or underrated job, incredibly important. He had the rank of assistant to the president, which everybody does know there's only a few of those in each administration. That is a huge job where he was coordinating policy, kind of a de facto chief of staff, deputy chief of staff for policy. Also had the honor of working on the Hill with some of the best senators that we've seen on the Republican side. Orrin Hatch, Rob Portman, my home state senator, and Mike Lee, of course. Well, Rob, welcome to the panel. All right, let's dig in. We're going to try to cover a few issues as I've talked about, but mainly 5 big chunks to try to get through. The deal itself, we've got implications on Chorus FTA, commercial irritants or issues in the relationship, the critical technology cooperation, and of course, multilateral issues that stem from this as well. But let me just dive in, and we're going to ask our panelists to broad brushstrokes on the deal, on the relationship, just to kick it off with almost kind of a quasi-opening statement. But maybe to you, Hyun first. Does the bilateral trade relationship, to the point of this panel, does it bring a sustainable equilibrium to the relationship? Does the agreement bring a sustainable equilibrium for the next few years? Do you see tariffs stopping? Do you see more negotiations unfolding? How do you see this relationship in terms of the overall U.S. ROK economic relationship?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mark, for your kind introduction. And first of all, I'd like to emphasize that my speech is not representing, I do not represent my institutions that I'm now affiliating. And then your questions about the bilateral economic relations, how to stabilize, and then my answer is not necessarily. When I look at the agreements reached in July and followed by additional understandings on October 29th, and also the fact sheet released in November 14, I'm reminded of something like the never-ending treadmill I'm running, okay? Or about to borrow the Western expressions, an endless hamster wheel. The negotiation never truly ends, and the grounds keep shifting. There are several reasons why. And the first, the Trump administration tends to move the goalpost continuously. The list of demands evolved, like the US dollar, 350 billions in local investment, 25% of reciprocal tariff, and a flexible list of the sector-specific tariff items, and also even unexpected incidents such as the arrest and the detention in Georgia. New issues surface constantly, and even senior officials contract each other. So a statement made today may be reversed tomorrow. It's reasonable to expect this pattern to continue. And second, the scope of sector-specific tariffs keep expanding. Originally, we say that the steel, aluminum, automobile and exports, and the pharmaceutical and semiconductors were mentioned. Later, copper, furniture, blah, blah, were added. Because these industries largely overlap with the strategic sectors, the United States aims to reshow. Further expansion is entirely plausible. In fact, the tariff burden on Korean exporters will much exceed the nominal 15% of the reciprocal tariff. Already more than half of the Korea's export to the U.S. fall under sector-specific tariffs. So we just reached the agreement of the 15% of reciprocal tariffs, but that is just less than half of the Korea's export to the United States. So we will, we trade deal has been decided, but has not been decided because of the larger portion of the sector-specific tariff rate. From the perspectives of many foreign partners, therefore, the United States negotiation process now resembles the perpetual rolling negotiations rather than a one-time settlement. The term shift, demands are added, and sectoral coverage expands. The fundamental question is whether, if such a fluid and constantly evolving system can ever serve as a basis for stability in bilateral economic relations. Let me start here.
Okay, excellent. Let me just ask you one follow-up then. Given that you've got this instability, given that you've got uncertainty, do you see possibilities for, as it says in the title, a win-win outcome here?
Oh, win-win outcome. Yeah, I think that is the last terms that I can expect. From the trade deals between the United States and Korea this year, because officially, officially or unofficially, from the American part, I heard that this is not the deal of the win-win system. Because some like-minded countries, our friends like Japan, Korea, has been continuously ripping off the America. So now it's time for the United States payback. So that was the official stance of the American, the Trump administration's stance on this trade deal. So this means that there is no possibility of the win-win. That is from the American side. Of course, the Korean side, we are trying to do best to achieve the kind of the win-win outcomes. But I don't think that is the original aims that from our Korean American partners are expecting.
Okay, outstanding. Off to a great start. Ms. Shaw, your comments on the overarching deal, anything you want to add to the first intervention? The floor is yours.
Sure, and thanks so much. And I'm still trying to get over the fact that you wrote 300 articles. I can barely get enough emails out during the day, so quite impressive. Look, I guess if I were to sum it up in one word as a former U.S. negotiator, I'd call the deal great. Like, I do think that, where you stand is where you sit from some perspectives. And I spent a decade negotiating for the United States. And during the first Trump administration, we renegotiated the KORUS agreement. We made changes to rules of origin. We addressed some steel issues, automotive issues, and a few things. But what it didn't do is really fundamentally fix the relationship and the asymmetries between the relationship. And you can agree with this premise or not, but the primary litmus that the administration is using to evaluate the success of a deal is the trade deficit, which is now at something like $66 billion for trade and goods. It's gotten significantly worse, frankly, since that renegotiated KORUS outcome. And so, this isn't just an exercise happening in a vacuum, of course. It's not just the United States and Korea who are negotiating. It's the United States negotiating with every single trading partner in the world at the same time. So this is a very, very unique moment in history and certainly the most profound shift in global trade policy in my lifetime. But that said, I think the administration has sort of teed up this choose your own adventure for different trading partners. And so for some trading partners, they have done significant efforts to reduce both tariff and non-tariff barriers. So this would be like the Indonesia model, where most of that agreement is very detailed commitments on specific trade issues. Cambodia and Malaysia took a similar approach. Then you have what I call the Japan model, which is effectively buying your way out. So that's that $550 billion investment mechanism, where Japan made very few concessions on traditional trade issues, but in order to correct the balance, to invest in strategic sectors and to do other things to try to rebalance the trade deficit, they're sort of like buying their way into a lower tariff rate. And then Korea and the EU, I sort of take as a bit of a hybrid of both. And so they've both made more traditional trade commitments. And those, again, from the perspective of a washed up former trade negotiator, are pretty incredible in terms of the things that U.S. industry has found very frustrating in terms of access to the market. So, the top three issues have to do with automotive, agriculture, and then you get into the digital issues, including the Online Platform Act and other irritants that are really strong priorities for the administration and domestic industry. And then you also have this fund. So this $150 billion fund, $200 billion fund that is supposed to be paid out at $20 billion for 10 years. And, we don't know a lot about how that's going to operate. We've got text, we can read the text, but until we actually see some of these investments go through, that's where the rubber is going to meet the road on this. But to your point about, can this be a win-win? That's where I actually see a lot of opportunities for Korean industry to take advantage of some of the strong policies and emphasis in strategic sectors where, frankly, Korean companies really shine globally. Like, they are market leading in terms of some of the innovations and investments they're making. So I do see some real opportunity there, and then commitments on shipbuilding and others. And, what has the U.S. given up? I think a little bit of leverage on the 232 tariffs. One view of it is they sort of, applied these tariffs or they have tariffs in queue and they're basically negotiating back from that. So it's not like we've seen a lot of U.S. tariff rates come down. But for certain products we do, like on agricultural and food products, these unavailable natural resources, on aircraft. And then what we haven't seen with Korea yet, but we have seen with other trading partners, is a willingness by the United States to cut their tariffs on generic pharmaceuticals. And so that could be sort of a phase 2 of what we see in terms of ongoing negotiations with Korea. But I do think that this is a really strong deal. I think it had a creative solution. The U.S. and Korea have a long trading relationship. They already had chorus, so there wasn't a lot of tariff rates to cut on Korea's end. So I think this is a very interesting approach, and we'll see how it plays out in terms of implementation. But my assessment of the deal is it's strong.
Okay, let me ask one follow-up. Excellent comments. You noted in your intervention that you've got some resolution of longstanding commercial issues, non-tariff barriers. You've also got an attempt to address one of the biggest issues in the Trump administration economic policy mindset in the trade deficit. How do you, and then you've got the U.S. giving up some leverage on 232, right? How do you then square that circle with the earlier intervention that some of the bigger concerns are the instability going forward or a renegotiation going forward? What do you think this deal does on that forward-looking question?
Yeah, and I hear this a lot, not just from trading partners, but also from industry, right? Companies who are trying to make long-term investments. But I guess I would challenge the premise that certainty and stability is a good thing. And I guess my perspective is, like for so many of these trading relationships, we negotiate a deal and then we're locked in for years. And there is this theory of international trade that goes back to the 70s called the bicycle theory, that if you're not moving forward in terms of advancing new rules, you're actually moving backwards because trade and economic growth will continue. And then you have the challenge, like we do with the World Trade Organization, of trying to fit modern challenges into old rules that aren't fit for purpose. And so this concept that, frankly, we introduced in Trump 1.0 with this sunset review in USMCA, meaning the agreement will go away after a certain number of years unless the parties agree to renegotiate it. I think that's a positive model moving forward. And of course, you could argue that the Trump administration takes this to the extreme with giving, maybe not enough certainty. But I think it's gradations versus an approach. I think locking yourself into trade rules is actually going to be counterproductive for stakeholders on both sides of that relationship.
Okay, thank you so much. Sung-Ho, over to you.
Sure.
First of all, any thoughts on the deal itself? Ramifications, your thoughts on this bucket of issues here?
Well, instead of mentioning specific trade irritants or trade jargons, I would like to some brushwork how this trade deal will affect our alliance in general, and then how we maximize this opportunity to make our alliance even stronger. Well, by the nature, by the content of this outcome, and then the way it was conducted, most of the Koreans, they feel the bitter mind. They are very much disappointed, even some frustrated and surprised. But what is done is cannot be done. So there is no point of repeating our resentment. But I think the bedrock of our alliance is not the geopolitical necessity or security anxiety. The very core element of our bilateral alliance is Korean people's affection toward the United States. Gratitude, indebtedness, thanks. We are liberated by United support from the Japanese rule. We fought together, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan. So, we have some, bitterness and affection to the United States, but the way we are treated in this deal is far from we expect. So that outcome of this tariff is, has already planted a small, tiny little seed of distrust in the bedrock of our alliance. So if certain conditions are met, this little seed can sprout, and if take root, that the hard granite can even, crack.
So we have to be very careful, in order not to this seed will not, germinate. That is one point. And what we are going to do to escape such, unhappy result is that, every cloud has a silver lining. So what silver lining I find in this deal is that the time span. It is investment deal, so at least we have 10 more years. And then even that tiny little seed need time, whether to sprout or not. So we have a certain amount of time during which we can work together. So for Korean side, yes, Korea will live up to its promise, its commitment. That huge bill of huge amount of investment will be delivered to United States as scheduled. But there is another thing for United States can do and must do is I think what U.S. have received is not cash. What you received is the check, personal check. So if my account there is not enough deposit, your check will be bounced. When I put it another way, from now on, Korea will be the goose that lays the golden eggs. As the fable goes, it is not smart way to grab the goose to cut the belly to take all the eggs at once. No. To get the golden eggs, U.S. has to feed well. So this goose need a good food to continue to lay the eggs. So as much as the goose need good food, Korea need good market to earn money because Korea is not a printing money country. You can perform a magic to turn paper and ink into U.S. dollar, but Korea has no such a magic wand. In order to invest that promised money into U.S. market, the Koreans must earn it from the foreign market. There is only 2 markets left where we can earn such great money. One is United States. The other one is China. In the U.S. States, the more we sell our product to United States and the more we earn U.S. money here, and then the more we can invest. So such, the surplus, trade surplus for Korean side, trade deficit for your side, surplus investment and more surplus, that kind of virtuous cycle shall rotating here. So United States help Korea to export more in this market. How? Lower the tariff. Eventually, returning to the Korea-U.S. FTA, with which we enjoy the zero tariff. Another market is China. Yes, the more the United States understand or sometimes even facilitate Korea to export more to Chinese market. That does not undermine U.S. supremacy in that the region. On the contrary, the more Korean the product will be sold in Chinese market, the more the money earned by Korea, and then invested into U.S. states. That is some kind of the money transition from China to U.S. via Korea. It is Korea can serve a U.S. straw that tapped into the Chinese vault. So you can sit back and relax, just sipping the Chinese liquid. So in that regard, I think you have to understand and then sometimes support Korea's export expansion to Chinese market. All these not only good for Korea, but also it will help Korea to live up to our investment commitment.
And so just to follow up, So you outlined what it takes to facilitate more exports to the U.S., lower tariffs. I would argue predictability is embedded in your comments as well. What more can the U.S. do to help Korea export to a Chinese market? Is that stability in the overall relationship between Washington and Beijing?
Simple, do not disturb. We do not request some kind of active role of United States. No, just do nothing. Please.
I'm
understand.
very good at doing nothing. Let me tell you. So I've been,
Please do nothing, and then believe Korea. Do not doubt in Korea's. Do not doubt in Korea's commitment. The 70 years long alliance. So we can manage the alliance while we can wisely managing our bilateral relations, mostly economic relations with China.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Great stuff there. Rob, over to you. You've been waiting patiently. We're saving our cleanup hitter for last here. The floor is yours. Anything on these previous intervention or your own comments?
Sure. Thanks very much. First off, thanks to CSIS for hosting this conference and this great panel, and especially to Victor Cha for organizing this. Victor is a great mentor and advisor to many of us privately, but also has really emerged as I think an indispensable public intellectual in academia, in the media, but certainly from his perch here at CSIS in helping all of us understand the dynamics of the U.S. ROK relationship, what's at stake, and how best to move forward. So always happy to participate in anything that Victor's associated with. My experience in government is a little bit different than Kellyanne's and some of the other panelists, and not having been a negotiator dealing with sort of the technical details and mechanics of particular trade frameworks, but in helping to coordinate and formulate trade policy, thinking about the key priorities and objectives, some of the dynamics between various economies, and some of the ways in which deals could be struck, priorities can be advanced, and things can come out as mutually beneficial or advantageous. And so that's sort of the lens through which I approach looking at this deal. And in answering what I think is sort of the overarching question of this panel is this a durable trade agreement, a durable deal between the U.S. and ROK? And I think, perhaps in contrast to some of the other panelists, I very much think that it is, and that there's good reason to think that it will be durable and really marks a new era in the overall U.S. ROK, not only economic relationship, but alliance overall. And I'd like to share what I think are three good reasons to think that that's the case. The first relates to the context and the content of the agreement itself. So this is an agreement that was really prioritized by both sides. Over the course of the weeks and months when the trade negotiations were hot and heavy, and a lot of different countries, including some large countries with big economies, were trying to get in to see the U.S., to see negotiators at USTR, commerce otherwise. South Korea, along with a handful of others like the UK, the EU, Japan, were prioritized, and others were put in the back of the line. This was something that was given priority and preeminence from the U.S. side. And I think it's also clear that for Korea, especially the new Lee Jae-myung administration, this was a first big test on the global stage, identified the U.S. as an indispensable leading economic and trade partner, and really gave a lot of priority to this. So first, priority. Second, is this was really a hard-won agreement. The negotiations on this were not quick or easy. One of the reasons why it wasn't announced in its various iterations even earlier than it was because these were negotiations with successive rounds at the staff, local, technical level, at the ministerial level, and even including two substantive meetings between President Trump and President Lee in Washington and in Korea discussing the substance. When it's a hard-won agreement, this is one where both sides thought very carefully about their respective priorities, about their strategies, about what was most important, and they also understood what were the priorities and the objectives of the other side. And I think that the joint fact sheet reflects that. And so when you have negotiations that are hard won in that respect, they tend to be more durable. The final, just sort of in this first category of context and substance, is that this is a comprehensive deal. Not in the sense of details, it's only 3.5 pages long, but this includes investments, it includes trade, it includes security, a lot of very important things for both sides. And when it's a comprehensive deal that includes a lot of key objectives and priorities, those tend to be the things where neither side is going to risk letting one small area in one of those pillars upset the apple cart and risk all of the hard-won gains overall. So that's the first. The second thing is, this agreement is really the basis, and I think the embodiment of what, at least in the initial stages, is a very strong relationship between President Trump and President Lee. Just by virtue of the context, Lee Jae-myung was in a very difficult situation when he came into power in the midstream of this, where with no transition period, where the reciprocal tariffs were already announced, where some of the preliminary negotiations had already been taking place with the prior or with the provisional government, and he had a very short window in which to engage. And so in the visit to the White House, in the state visit in Gyeongju, it really was the substance of this deal. Its investment side, its trade side, its security side, that was part of the discussion. And I think that both President Lee and President Trump, over the course of this, saw each other as tough negotiators who were very committed to ensuring the priorities of their respective countries, came to appreciate and respect each other. And it's really the success of this agreement, of being able to find common ground, of being able to find areas of mutual agreement and mutual benefit, that is really the source and the embodiment of that strong relationship. And I don't think either side wants to risk what this deal in any way being unraveling or coming into question in the future would mean for the personal relationship between those leaders and the relationship of those two countries. Third and finally, because I know Mark will want to move on with additional questions, but third and finally, this agreement does not have the hallmarks that many of the other trade agreements that the Trump administration has negotiated, where effectively it's a temporary truce to dial down tariffs and have some sort of non-status quo trade relationship moving forward. If you think about most of the other countries that we're negotiating, they're in the position of being an exporter to the U.S., often with a trade deficit that they're seeking to find ways, given the tariffs that President Trump implemented, they're seeking to find ways to compensate, essentially, to make concessions and to compensate for that trade deficit. There's elements of that with Korea as well. But you look at the joint fact sheet, and the way in which it reads is less in that frame and more in the frame of not just a security alliance, but an industrial alliance in terms of the investment provisions and a technology alliance in terms of AI and other technology and some of the digital trade provisions. And it's because these two countries need, and I think could really benefit mutually from each other. Right, you have the U.S. that very much wants to secure supply chains, that wants to reinvigorate its domestic industrial base, wants to be a leader in AI. And you have South Korea that in shipbuilding and advanced manufacturing and logistics and batteries has a lot of the leadership that the U.S. wants and needs. When it comes to technology and AI development, you've got a really nice synergy where on the Korea side, in terms of AI and technological hardware, semiconductors, chips is a real leader. The U.S. side, when it comes to AI software and various sort of AI models, there could be nice synergies. And you look at the joint fact sheet, and I see this really as the embodiment of a new era in the alliance that's not just security-based and not just based on sort of an important trade or economic relationship, but a new industrial and technology alliance.
All right, outstanding, Rob. Let me come back with one follow-up. You outlined the strategic case for this very, very artfully. Take us to your current role in more of an operational sense, right? What does this mean for a company like Coupang? What does this mean for other companies that are doing business between the two countries? How do you see this playing out at an operational level? Double click on your strategic comments, so to speak.
Yeah, sure. I think for a whole range of companies that do business on both sides of the Pacific, this helps provide a policy framework for what I think a lot of industry, what industry is already trying to do and wants to do more of, which is have those commercial relationships, the collaboration, and be able to invest in research and development projects, being able to innovate on both sides, being able to increase the trade and investment flows in ways that are very much mutually advantageous. And I think this provides the policy framework that will enable a lot of Korean companies, U.S. companies, global companies that do business in both areas to be able to do it more effectively and more transparently.
So you're a little less worried than Hung Chung on the forward-looking, not instability, but I guess you would say constant rolling negotiation impacting business. Or it sounds like you're a little less worried about that than perhaps over here.
Well, look, I think we all just have to recognize that we're in a different era when it comes to trade negotiations, right? It used to be you'd have these multilateral institutions, or you would have years and years of detailed negotiations, renegotiations, some of which Kellyanne participated in, that would involve hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of detailed text and chapters and annexes with great specificity. That would then get locked in, and you would turn to some sort of multilateral institution like the WTO to help enforce it, et cetera. That's no longer the world in which we live. And so are there going to be rolling discussions? Of course, absolutely. You know, even with the months of negotiations that have taken place, there's 3.5 pages of text. You know, the MOU on investments that, you know, it's massive in terms of its scope and scale and the size of the investments is 5 pages. There's still a lot of details that are going to need to be worked out. There's still a lot of examples and specifics that will have to be fleshed out. But I think that the deal provides a very stable set of parameters, of principles, and of priorities that can be built on with those ongoing and continuing discussions.
Okay, outstanding. Thanks, Rob. I'm going to come to Kellyanne, and I'm going to come to Sung-Ho. I want to talk about a key piece of this deal, which is the investment mechanism, right? We've got this pretty interesting piece here, what, $350 billion, $150 in shipbuilding, $250 billion other, 20 of that per annum, right? So pretty interesting stuff, and a mechanism being constructed, I guess, for lack of a better term, to regulate, adjudicate, implement all of this. How is this going to work? What are your thoughts? Any advice to give also, in addition to analytic insights of what might be going on? The floor is yours.
Yeah, great questions. And I've gotten quite a few questions, frankly, from industry who's interested in taking advantage both of the Korea Fund as well as the Japan Fund. And the truth is, like, as I said at the outset, we have words on a piece of paper that outline a process, but we won't know exactly how it works until we see a few of these projects go through the system. But effectively, it would be some sort of committee process to come up with proposed projects in strategic sectors. And it would be proposed by the Secretary of Commerce to the President, who then will say yes or no and pitch it over to the government of Korea to say yes or no. And if the government of Korea decides they don't want to help fund or finance or get involved with this particular project, the penalty could potentially be a reimposition of tariffs, right? So you see this on the piece of paper and you think this seems very uneven-handed. But in reality, I actually think this is going to work a lot more smoothly, in part because you do have a very strong interest in the United States in making this work. I don't think that anybody has an interest in trying to stick it to either Korea or Japan for the main fact that these are two of our most significant trading partners and allies. And particularly in the Korean case where, again, Korean companies are so innovative. I think that the Korean economy just has so much to offer the United States in terms of some of these strategic priorities and sectors that I actually see a lot of opportunity for Korean companies to also potentially take advantage of this funding by building projects in the United States. It's not just open to U.S. companies. And frankly, I've even heard from companies who are headquartered in third parties who aren't part of any of these agreements ask if they could be eligible for this funding as well. So you could see things like equity stakes, you could see sort of novel financing mechanisms that we just traditionally haven't seen before that could provide a real opportunity in this new modern and advanced economy. So we'll have to see, sort of the long way of saying we won't know until we see a few of these go through, but my guess is the first few projects will be of both political, cultural, economic significance to both the United States and Korea, because that's really the only way to make this work.
All right, outstanding. So let me come to you. Similar question. In your opening intervention, you gave, outlined a cautionary tale about how this went down politically in Korea, number one. Number two, you talked about some seeds of doubt being planted and being careful not to sow those seeds of doubt. Third thing you talked about is also not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. And finally, the need for a robust North American market going forward. In the implementation of this fund, which is at the core of this agreement, what should the U.S. do to make sure it navigates the wickets that you so artfully outlined in your opening intervention?
Well, the common sense in the business world is that if you invest your money, you have observed, bears a full risk, and then also, if that investment will succeed, it is you to take all the money. Winner takes all. So, investor, those someone who actually fold his asset into the field. He has full control. But the signed document, the so-called MOU document of investment, it is quite interesting. It is U.S. To have full discretion where to invest, and the U.S. bears no liability at all if the investment will fail. So there's one movie, 30 years ago, do you know Danny DeVito, the talented, he starred in a movie, the name is called Other People's Money. In that movie, he's a ruthless, greedy, corporate liquidator. He buy corporate and cut it to pieces and sell. After almost intimidating a diligent, faithful, old, from Vermont or Maine, investors, great money to his fund. After he signed a document that he declares, with joy, I love money. I love money more than the things he can buy, but there is one thing I love more than money, that is other people's money, because no risk. After all, it is not my money, his money. But if that the investor will succeed, then I will take the fruit. So, that mechanism is working on in the investment deal recently concluded between Korea and the United States. As I told you, what is done cannot be undone. So we have to disinvestment deal into some kind of a catalyst to make our alliance more strong. That is, Rob correctly mentioned, Kelly correctly mentioned, where to invest this money. The first, United States, even though United States has a full discretion where to invest, but please, accept Korea's at least consent. And then, please allow Korea's management engagement to monitor how this money is spent. And then, those strategic industries or those things, AI, strip building also, that is some kind of biscuit to allure boys and the dogs into the trap. That strategy industries, written in our document is an illustrative list, not a exhaustive list. including those sectors, the final decision where to invest will be exercised by the United States. That is the very killing sentence. Please do not exercise that, do not wage that power at your whim. Please, consult Korea in detail and then, try to accept Korea's, advice.
And so your forward-looking advice here is, if I can sum it up a bit, just in the implementation, one, I think I'm going to draw out a little bit. Let business people, especially on the Korean side, make business decisions, number one. Number two, as you're going through this process, consult and consent with Korea. And number three, work together to maximize returns, right?
Sure.
Fair. And that could unlock the Rob and Kelly promise that they see and move forward. Okay, so we've got a little bit of half full. Rob, you want to come in?
Yeah, can I make maybe one comment just about it, the discussion on investment provisions? So, I think you can think about this very narrowly, the investment pillar, as, okay, who's going to be making the decisions, who's bearing the risk, what's the likely rate of return, and whose balance sheet is it going to go. And those are not unimportant, but I think some of the dire warnings and predictions are unlikely to be borne out. But I think there's a different and I would say much more important way of thinking about this that's actually reflected in the text, which I brought. And so, there's no investment pillar. Even the way in which it's described in the joint statement is rebuilding and expanding critical industries. And it's not talking about investments primarily in terms of ROI and that. It specifies shipbuilding, energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, AI. The way in which the investment provisions are structured, the way in which the industries are specified, the broader context of the objectives that it's seeking to achieve is all part of a joint industrial policy that I think, as I mentioned earlier, really outlines sort of a broader industrial alliance that's really about a lot more than sort of that narrow analysis of investments, gains or losses.
It's a fair point. It's an interesting friction point in that you're going big, talking about some of the bigger concepts. On the other hand, you've got to make sure that the business case closes, that it makes economic sense on the Korean side for the folks to invest themselves. So that's a really interesting point of implementation. And I guess I'll just leave it to one of my former bosses who was a British High Commissioner. We're going to have to watch that space. Right, I think it's a really interesting space to watch. That's why I'm trying to get at it and really appreciate the two-finger intervention there, Rob. Excellent. Let me come back here to Hyun Chang, because one of the things Rob is mentioning about this technology alliance is to try to get at a manufacturing renaissance, so to speak, right? I think that's the word we used in the program here today. That seems to be one of the goals of the Trump administration, to rebuild and restore some of this manufacturing prowess that the U.S. once had, or has declined over the years. How do you see that? Can this lead to manufacturing? I guess a manufacturing renaissance here in the U.S. And interestingly enough, how does it impact on the Korean side, where the manufacturing base is also an issue?
I'm more cautious about the average issues, including this trade deal. And first of all, just some brief mentions about the investment. And there are a lot of risk actually remains in the investment. And I will talk about the manufacturing renaissance. But the U.S. Investment Committee ultimately make decisions, So these committees may choose the project with a long payback period and high uncertainty, of course, because this is not my money, okay? And so it's the kinds of investment that struggle to attract the private capital in the United States does require public funds. So given this kind of the things that yes, still I'm very cautious about what the investment committee will decide on where and how much. And so that's the reason why we are not talking about the consulting committee and something like the how to intervene this decision making from the Korean perspective, which is the money. Want to stick to the kind of the principle of the money talks, but money doesn't talk. Okay, in these cases. So this is the still we are now we have a concern. And the next time talking about the manufacturer renaissance, I would like to point out the 3 points. The first one is about the manufacturing renaissance in the United States. Yes, that could be successful, but we need to think about these aspects. Industries relocating the United States, face a high labor cost and even productivity across regions. So many labor-intensive tasks are likely to be replaced not by the human workers, but by embedded systems involving AI and humanoid robotics in the United States when the reshoring. So manufacturing may revive, but the job creation may fall far short of the White House's expectation. So we need to think about this kind of aspect as well. The second thing is the firms investing in developing countries. We are not talking about the developed countries like the United States, but take an example of the developing countries. Often face the weak infrastructure, like roads, ports, water, electricity, something like that, and must build their own dedicated industrial complexes. Suppose that the case of the Bangladesh Chittagong area, suppose that the case of the Borneo, Kalimantan areas. But of course, the United States is not a developed country, of course, but infrastructure quality varies dramatically by states. Georgia became attractive, precisely because its infrastructure was strong relative to other locations. If federal and the state governments fail to address the infrastructure gaps, the peer of the United States manufacturing investment may gradually erode. And I sincerely hope that the United States government doesn't shift these burdens on to Korean investors. That would undermine the very goal that the Trump administration is trying to achieve. And the last one, even if final goods manufacturing is relocated to the United States, the upstream supply chains, upstream areas like raw materials, components, and intermediate goods remains heavily dependent on China. That's a fact. For example, United States automotive imports from China reaches around $15 billion in 2018, accounting for almost 13% of all U.S. automobile imports. And studies shows that the largest share of electronics, ICT, and battery-related components entering U.S. manufacturing rely on Chinese upstream suppliers. Indiscriminate reshoring, in such a case, may therefore deepen U.S. manufacturers' dependence on China for critical inputs. So granting the Beijing greater leverage, including the ability to disrupt U.S.-based production through export control on strategic materials. For this reason, the reshoring of manufacturing in the United States must proceed strategically. I do not argue that reshoring is totally a failure or is impossible. Yes, we can do, but we need to take this project very strategically, cautiously, and at different speeds depending on the product and its supply chain structure. Okay, let me stop here.
All right, excellent, outstanding. Kellyanne, can I come to you? Your comments on the potential manufacturing impacts, quite interested in. The other point that I'd love to get to is slightly different topic, but on some of these commercial issues that have been, autos, ag. My understanding is there's a joint committee. The Course Joint Committee is going to be charged with implementing an action plan on to promote reciprocal trade, right? You've got a lot of experience in trade negotiations from the Hill, USTR, in the administration. How do you see that piece of the implementation unfolding as well. So just basically, you've got two pieces of implementation going on. One, trying to figure out how this investment committee works, potentially helping manufacturing. And then the other piece, slightly different, moving into a new topic, these commercial issues to balance that all out. The floor is yours.
Yeah, no, great questions. And this is why I often joke, like those, fancy job titles that we used to have. They, they come with a medium amount of money because of the complex issues you have to balance. Look, I think that there's no magic wand that any president can wave and bring back domestic manufacturing. And it's just as much a national security imperative, the fact that we are over-reliant on a potential adversary for critical inputs that we need. And frankly, sometimes, in some cases, over-reliant on allies. Like you take COVID, where the whole world erected export barriers, even our best friends, on things that we needed for Americans' health and well-being. There are just some things we need to produce here. So that is a national security challenge. It's also a democracy challenge. It's part of the reason why Trump won the election in 2016, why he won again in 2024. It's this idea of having a large percentage of the American population who feels divorced from the economic policies of the political elite, which is why the U.S. has walked away from this. We're just going to have low tariffs with our allies and higher tariffs with others. We just need to tariff everyone because we have a population that will not support democratically those free trade policies of the past. And so this is sort of a sea change in a lot of different ways. What that means for manufacturing is, of course, the administration's very focused on this sector of the economy. Frankly, they don't even talk about services half the time, except for very discrete issues. But that's because manufacturing is viewed as overlooked for so many decades. Trade policy is a huge part of that. And it's part of what they're trying to negotiate with trading partners like South Korea, like Japan, like the EU and others, and trying to get strategic sectors to invest, to build, to do creative types of financing and loan guarantees and everything else to try to do it. But there's a lot of work that needs to happen domestically too. My friend on my right's point about domestic infrastructure, having roads, having jobs, having worker training and all of those things. So all of this needs to happen at the same time. There's no magic wand. All the administration or any administration can do is just take one step forward and see how it goes. So that's sort of my view on the manufacturing piece. I think they're trying to get there, and they're aware that it's not just a one-size-fits-all problem. To the point about the commercial relationship and the implementation of this trade deal. So I do think that having a committee structure set up to kind of evaluate how it's going, that's the model we have in most of our free trade agreements. So even in the KORUS agreement, there was a KORUS committee where you had representatives on both sides talking about and consulting on a regular basis about different aspects of the agreement. So this is kind of a normal feature, and I think healthy. It's good to have experts on both sides talking with some regularity and frequency. But what the administration is going to be watching for, and Korea will have its own lists of things that they'll be watching for, but from the U.S. perspective, it will be, what does Korea do in terms of agriculture? What does Korea do in terms of automotive, and what do they do in terms of these digital provisions? Because those, again, are the highest priorities. There are other provisions in there about IP and environment and labor, but that's really what the administration is going to be watching for as to whether or not this agreement has been successful, which is sort of a separate track from the investment piece of it. But we won't know until we start working our way through the agreement.
All right, outstanding. And let me come back, Sung-Ho, to you. And this dovetails a little bit. We're talking about a KORUS joint committee, right? Mm-hmm. Rob, Kelly, Ann have made the point that also we're sort of past KORUS FTA, we're sort of past these big multilateral deals, right, that are pretty rigid. But the Korean side still very much likes KORUS FTA, and I would argue there are others in the U.S. who very much like KORUS FTA as a basis of predictability, stability, a bedrock of the bilateral economic relationship. How do you square that circle? How do you think about KORUS FTA, the importance of it in an era, an environment of what Peter Harrell calls a contract-based trade policy on top of the KORUS FTA?
Well, those are trade-depending issues, trade irritants, if you may call it. that has been my major, the work during the career. So most trade diplomats, they are working on to minimize the trade irritants, and the small trade pendings will not grow further, not snowball to the level of require political attention. So that has been the usual the trade diplomat's job. But from now on, I think, as far as Korea is concerned vis-a-vis United States, these trade issues will become, I think, the back burner issues. In front burner, we have much more, imminent and hot issues. The solving trade irritants is a good thing. Arranging, chairs, lines and columns, that's very good, the work. But problem is that, the Titanic is sinking now. Arranging deck chair while Titanic is sinking, what's the point of it? Korea's FTA, which requires both sides apply 0% tariff, but Korea's continue to apply 0% for U.S. goods. The United States still, apply 15%. And then I mentioned at my earlier intervention that we are disappointed the way it was conducted by the United States. That wasn't Korea's FTA. If United States really need, industrial renaissance or, improvement of strategic economies, industries, and then for that, if they need money, well, if they come to us and straightforward what they need, and then Korea, U.S., as the two countries has always been done, we can talk, cooperate, collaborate to find a mutual beneficial solution. But instead of this, the southern United States take Korea's FTA as a hostage, and then tell Korea, if your Korea's FTA child back, you have to pay. What kind of diplomacy is this? I never witnessed during my 4-decade diplomacy the work this kind of activity. How could it be done at the level of this great power? So that is the problem which circle Korea's FTA. So we have to make sure that this Korea's FTA ship will float again, and then how to arrange deck chairs. I think that will be the back burner issue.
Okay, very interesting. A little bit of divergence here in the future, right, outlook between the American and Korean side, but interesting. That's why they, to Kellyanne's point, they pay former U.S. officials a tiny salary to go and negotiate these deals. I'm joking. So let's wrap up here. We got about 8 minutes left. I want final thoughts from the panel here. Lessons learned. How do we square the circle? What's the vision going forward? I'm going to go just left to right here across the row.
Okay, thank you. And my final word is about I am still cautious and pessimistic, but I believe the United States, possesses extraordinary potential. Everybody knows and agree, economic dynamism and technological leadership, and also the unmatched innovation ecosystem. So for the Korean, I think the economy, also it's very important for the Korea, to more integrate to the American ecosystem and economic system, which can lead to the kind of prosperous future. So the economic alliance between our two countries strengthens. These assets can be fully realized to the benefit of the both nations over the longer run. So we are talking about the Korea's FTA, and then Korea really wants to stick the Korea's FTA, the benefits of the Korea's FTA. So I hope that the American administration, the Trump administration, and then later, and try to find out again the importance and the value of this kind of institutional setup regarding the trade deals. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kellyanne. Please.
Yeah, I think that we are not even a month out from that final fact sheet. So November 13th is when Korea and the United States posted the final outcome of the negotiations. And just this morning, we had the U.S. implementing parts of that deal in terms of the tariff cut. So I do think it's too soon to tell exactly how this goes. I'm just an eternal optimist. I think the relationship is going to go very well. I completely understand the sentiment that we didn't have 15% tariffs and now we do, and so what did Korea get for it? But that's why I started my remarks with like taking a step back and just appreciating the context, which is this is the approach the United States has taken with every single country on earth. It is not a referendum on the state of the relationship. Whether or not a country is a national security ally, an important economic partner or not, even countries with whom the United States has a trade surplus, the U.S. has at least 10% tariffs and then higher sectoral tariffs as well. So this is just a new approach in terms of what U.S. democracy will support. It supports a policy and a trade policy that has a ring of tariffs around our economy to try to rebalance the terms of global trade. And that is where not only this president is going to go, but likely the next and the one thereafter. I think we're just in a different swing of history. But that said, I think there's a ton of opportunity. I look forward to seeing how this relationship evolves. Korea is one of America's top trading partners. And now it sort of got over a bit of a rough negotiation. I think we landed in a really good spot. And I'm optimistic for the future.
Right, outstanding.
Well, when it comes to trade in bilateral or bilateral relations, it is like the paddling, underwater, under the surface, so that the swan, gracefully float. Well, it is my first time to be invited, this honorable institution, and then, that trade issue today is in the program is flanked with denuclearization and then the future of alliance. Wow. Honorably, there has never been, it is not the way trade has been treated in the bilateral session. It is not a good thing. Trade is such an honor to be flanked with two major political issues. It's not an honor, it's a danger. From now on, the sheer magnitude of the investment, the Korea's committed investment, is too large to be only, managed by trade diplomat only. So definitely, it will spill over to the higher level, political level. If it will spill over to that area, then political aspect, political decision comes in for the monetary matters. Money has its own logic, which is quite different from political or military logic. So I think in order to save our bilateral close relations, both in economy and the political areas, please let businessmen, please let trade diplomats deals with this investment. We have to work together. This investment will find its seat, its solution within investment area. We have to very much cautious, make this investment issue, this monetary issue cannot be, contaminated to the political side.
All right, that's it. Rob, final word to you.
I'll answer real quick the previous question just about the future of KORUS agreement and then try to wrap things up as well. So, KORUS I think will continue to be a foundational element and something that we look back to. But the reality is even under the renegotiated KORUS, the trade imbalance between the U.S. and Korea was wide and expanding. And so in thinking about these negotiations, there are really three ways to try to close a trade deficit. One is through tariff levels. The second is through commercial considerations, purchases, et cetera. And then a third is through market access and non-tariff regulatory barriers. When it comes to the U.S. and Korea, because of KORUS, tariff levels were already low. Maybe the U.S. tariffs will have some effect, but tariffs weren't really at play. commercial considerations in this deal. There's some. There are a few. You've got 100 Boeing airplanes being purchased. You've got Korea buying some advanced weapons technology from the U.S. But purchases aren't really going to narrow that trade deficit. And so I think the focus that Kellyanne rightly put is on these non-tariff regulatory barriers, whether they're in agriculture and digital services and in automotives. That's really where the rubber's going to hit the road in terms of market access, in terms of rebalancing the trade relationship. But I also think that, amidst some of these, I think, well-placed concerns and cautions, there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about what this trade framework means, not only for the economic relationship, but for the sort of the broader geopolitical dynamics of the U.S. ROK alliance. The investment sums are large. Some of the security commitments on the U.S. side are also quite significant. But I do think that when you look at this agreement in its totality, it really does mark a new chapter, which is what the prefatory language says in the U.S. ROK alliance, in ways where they can be not only national security allies, not only have an important trade and investment economic relationship, but really become partners and allies in critical industries, in technologies that will have economic ramifications, positive economic ramifications for both countries, but also very important ramifications geopolitically for both countries.
All right, outstanding. Let's wrap it up here. And I'm going to quickly say, I think we've got some important takeaways here. That trade, critically important going forward in this relationship in a way we haven't seen before. That there are some divergent views we've got to work through, but real opportunity, implementation will be key. And even Danny DeVito looms over the trade relationship. So we learned that. So without further ado, let's big round of applause for our panelists, Kim Hyun Chung, Kellyanne Cho, Kim Sung-ho, and Rob Porter. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
We need to talk about Matt Virgin.
Yeah, I had an email exchange with Tom.
Yeah.
피곤하지 않으세요? 마지막 세션이 힘내서.
Should we get going, or do you want to wait a
Tom, so
minute?
you're now working
Good?
for the...
I'm back at Brookings. Yeah. Where I was before the NSC, so I'm back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for staying with us for panel 3 of the Strategic Forum. This panel is titled, How Does the Alliance Manage China, Japan, and Russia Relations? We have an incredible slate of panelists to round out today's conference. My name is Henrietta Levin. I'm a senior fellow here at CSIS with the Freeman Chair in China Studies. I'll briefly introduce our speakers. We have Dr. Victor Cha, President of Geopolitics and the Foreign Policy Department and Korea Chair here at CSIS, as well as a distinguished university professor at Georgetown. We have Thomas Wright, Senior Fellow with the Strobe Talbot Center for Security, Strategy, and Technology at the Brookings Institution, and former Senior Director for Strategic Planning at the White House National Security Council. We have Kim Young-jun, Dean of Academic Affairs and Professor of National Security College at Korea National Defense University. And last but certainly not least, Lee Sung-hyun, Senior Fellow with the George H.W. Bush Foundation for U.S.-China Relations. I'm so excited to hear the views of such an eminent group of scholars and experts on a really important range of strategic questions confronting the U.S. ROK alliance, ranging from the axis of upheaval, the relationship between China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, what that means for our common interests, how U.S.-China competition affects the Korea-China relationship, as well as the alliance, and how we can look at the future of trilateral cooperation with Japan. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to the panel for brief opening remarks from each of our experts. Victor, you have the floor.
Well, thanks, Henrietta. So I think the first thing I'll say is, as was mentioned in the previous panel, usually in conferences like this, the economics and trade panel is the last panel. But it just goes to show you how important those issues are, that is now the second panel, and something like the axis of upheaval becomes the final panel. But anyway, so we thought this was clearly an important aspect that we need to discuss when we're talking about the alliance overall. In particular, the so-called axis of upheaval. Here at CSIS, we've referred to it, and we have a project on it called the CRINCS project, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. There, I think, for the alliance, the main challenge is not necessarily that this is some other, maybe, I don't know, more sinister version of a Quad, that there's some sort of formal alliance among the four countries. That's clearly not what we see. What we see is a grouping of countries that have different types of bilateral relationships, but the sum of those parts is greater than the whole in many ways. Whether we're talking about China, North Korea, Russia, North Korea, or any of these groupings. And they operate in ways that are complementary, but that again, the sum effect, the aggregate effect of that is much greater than the sum of their parts. So the classic sort of example of this, unfortunately, has been the way these countries have operated in support of Russia in the war in Ukraine, where China has provided nearly 100% of the microelectronics for Russia's war machine. Iran has provided scores, if not hundreds, of both military and commercial drones, as well as drone technology. And North Korea, with Russia, as we all know here, has provided ammunition, troops, workers, in return for food, fuel, and probably weapons technology of all sorts, right? And so this, again, the parts are greater than the whole. This sort of complementary, these complementary bilateral relationships with Russia have really enabled Russia to sustain the war for as long as they have. I would focus in particular on one part of this grouping that is of most concern to Korea and the U.S.-Korea alliance, which is the DPRK Russia axis, right? This is by far, I would say it is by far the most outwardly belligerent and revisionist of the so-called axis of upheaval, of like the different bilateral legs. This is the one that is the most, it is the most overt military relationship, and it is one that has clear revisionist goals in Europe, and one that has been the most outwardly belligerent. Again, microelectronics, drone technology, this is one thing. Troops on the ground in Europe killing Europeans on behalf of the Russians, that's a completely different category that we're talking about. But I would also argue that aside from just the war, I shouldn't say just, but aside from the war in Ukraine, this particular relationship has broader strategic implications for the alliance, for the U.S.-Korea alliance. And let me just tick off 5 of them, but 4 of them, and I won't go into any depth, I'll just name them for now. Well, the first thing to mention is, like, I don't think this relationship is going away anytime soon. There's too much mutual benefit in the relationship. Even if there is an end to hostilities in Ukraine, the two are gaining too much from this relationship for it to suddenly disappear after Russia doesn't have an immediate need for munitions. So the 4 quick implications beyond the war in Ukraine, one of them we've already discussed in the conversation with Deputy Secretary Campbell and in the first panel, is that the DPRK-Russia relationship has clear implications for denuclearization diplomacy for the United States and South Korea. Because Russia is providing a great deal of support to North Korea today, because Russia is not only not complying with the UN sanctions regime, but is openly tried to dismantle the UN sanctions regime by vetoing UN Resolution 1718, which was the resolution that authorized the panel of experts, which was the enforcement and regulatory body in the UN that was tasked with ensuring UN member state compliance with the 11 UN Security Council resolutions that place sanctions on North Korea. I mean, Russia's openly sort of defying all this. China is as well. And so for that reason, the sort of traditional sticks that we think about in terms of bringing to North Korea to the table really have been emasculated to a great deal by this relationship. Second is this relationship has really merged the theaters, if you will, in the sense that this relationship has done more to connect the European and Indo-Pacific security theaters, arguably even more than China's threat to Taiwan, because this is actually happening right now. And so there's a great deal we could talk about there. Third, the DPRK-Russia relationship has real implications for extended deterrence and the credibility of extended deterrence in the U.S.-Korea alliance. If concerns are validated that Russia is providing high-end weapons technology to North Korea that will help them to achieve their goal of a survivable nuclear capability, that's going to naturally raise questions about the NCG, the Nuclear Consultative Group, and everything else that the United States and South Korea are trying to do to shore up deterrence. And then fourth, I think this has implications for the alliance in terms of overall nuclear doctrine. Of course, China's embarked on a big military buildup in Asia. North Korea, has 50 weapons, enough fissile material probably for 40 more. They want to have a nuclear capability, a nuclear weapons stockpile the size of Britain or France is my estimation. But the other thing that I think that is not spoken about enough is that we're in a situation now where 2 out of the 3 nuclear powers in Northeast Asia have explicitly disavowed a no first use doctrine. Right? Russia made this very clear to deter NATO intervention in the war in Ukraine. And shortly after that, the North Korean government legislated that they do not have a no first use doctrine. And I mean, Henrietta knows much more about China than I do. China may say it has a no first use doctrine, but the way at which they're building up, I think really raises questions about whether that applies there. So that's a very dangerous situation. So let me stop there.
Great. Tom.
Thank you. I very much agree with what Victor said. So let me just maybe reinforce and add a couple of points. I very much agree that what we're seeing, what we called in the Biden administration adversary alignment, although I think CRINCS is probably more catchy, is really a set of bilateral dyads. And I think we saw each of those progress significantly in terms of the cooperation and integration between these countries, with the exception, I think, of China DPRK, which I think was more, static. We saw the others progress, and I think the Russia DPRK relationship was probably the most dramatic, although I think China, Russia was not that far behind. I think it's important to sort of recognize the role of the Ukraine war as a catalyst for this. I mean, clearly these countries are cooperating before, but to me, I think the critical sort of breakthrough for them was that Russia was willing to give more to get more. And you'll recall, early on in the conflict, Russia actually approached the DPRK for assistance, for artillery and other forms of military assistance, and North Korea declined to assist Russia actually in the first instance. It was only later that they agreed, and I think you've got to ask the question, why did they say no, but later they said yes? And the answer, I think, clearly is that the price is more attractive. What they were getting was more attractive later on, so Russia was willing to give more later because they did need this assistance. And I very much agree with Victor that I think, this is a good deal for North Korea because they get military modernization for the first time in many decades. I think they did diversify their set of partnerships, so they're no longer fully dependent, on China, and they get important economic, assistance from Russia as well, both in terms of direct compensation for the troops, but also North Korean laborers who work in Russia. And so I think this has been a pretty deep relationship. I think if you told any of us who worked on that war in February or the spring of 2022, that at some point there would be North Korean troops literally fighting alongside Russian troops, and they would be giving, hundreds and hundreds of thousands or more of, artillery rounds and other forms of assistance, I think nobody would have believed it. So I think it's important just to recognize how dramatic a step that is. I do think that this is basically sort of under current leadership, most of these dyads, especially DPRK Russia and China, Russia, are basically unbreakable. I don't think we can do some clever form of reverse Kissinger to separate them out, because I think, their interests are, I think they're acting in accordance with their own interests. I would sort of call it strategic transactionalism, in that these are transactional relationships. They are giving something to get something, but they go beyond pure transactions in that they are deeply strategic as well. And I think we have seen, an integration, particularly on the military-industrial basis of these, countries and their militaries, that I think goes beyond, what we've seen in many alliances previously. I think these are not alliances only if you judge it by the metric of, NATO or the Indo-Pacific alliances, but by any other historical measure, I think they easily meet that bar of being sort of an alliance, because, alliances in general don't necessarily mean, that one country will automatically go to war if another is attacked or if they invade somewhere else. They've often had less sort of integration on the military side than I think we see in many of these. I do think there are things we can do, though. I think, one thing I think we got right, and I'm sure there's plenty of things we didn't get right, but I think on the Russia-Ukraine war, when North Korea intervened, I think we made a concerted effort to try to ensure that that failed, or at least that North Korea would pay, a very heavy price for that intervention. And so we did authorize the use of long-range ATACMS, inside of Russia, to be used in the first instance against the North Korean intervention, and to try to show that, this would be high cost for Kim Jong-un, and also that he would have incentives not to turn it into a persistence pipeline where he could continue to send troops in to get some battlefield experience, but that they would be relatively protected or insulated from the cost of war. I think there are other things we can do too. I think the sanctions regime, for instance, on the financial side, has had a suppressant effect on how far China is willing to go on integrating on the banking-to-banking side with China. And I think that's sort of important to have that. And it would worry me if that is lifted as a result of an easing of sanctions if the war in Ukraine comes to an end, because I think it will actually accelerate China-Russia cooperation rather than diminish it. I think we also need to try to contain this adversary alignment so it doesn't spread to other countries. So we work pretty assertively to try to ensure, that new countries don't join that sort of set of dyads. And I think we need to prepare as well. I mean, we found, in government that there was a lot of silos, and people wouldn't necessarily be aware, if they were working on North Korea or in Russia or China, of something that directly impinged on their AOR if it happened to be, happening in another country, right? So even on something like Russia, China, you've really got to force, the bureaucracy to collaborate and to communicate with each other and to swap notes and to think about what are the longer term implications, not just longer term, what are the short and sort of medium term implications of this, and how do we sort of posture ourselves, in a way that can push back. And then the final thing I would just say is I think it does, as troubled as some of our alliances are at the moment, the integration and cooperation on the other side is not slowing down, right? If anything, it's continuing. And I think the strongest sort of response we have is to strengthen and deepen our own alliances, and then to work with those allies on sort of countering this alignment between our adversaries and competitors.
Great. Tom, I think you draw an important distinction between the likely impossibility of changing the overall strategic trajectory of these countries' relations, but that there is a lot the U.S. and like-minded countries can do to, on a more tactical level, constrain the forms of cooperation that might be most damaging to us and our allies. Youngjan, please.
Yeah. North Korean nuclear strategy is not a new issue, and over the 30 years, everybody tried to stop or denuclearization, like Victor or the other guy, everybody. But now it's everybody worry about Russia, China, North Korea military partnership, possibly, especially when Russia invite officially North Korean People's Army to join Russia and China military exercise. In 2018, for the first time, China joining Chinese PLA, 3,000 soldiers joined Russian Vostok exercise in Far-Eastern area. Everybody kind of laughing because Russia, China, strategic rivalry, it'll be just a one-time event or something like that, more wishful thinking. But now 2022, and maybe next year, there's more bigger participant from Chinese PLA. So now this is a realistic concern, not just North Korean nuclear threat or Chinese military power separately. This is a connection between the three countries. So actually at the time, 2019, National Bureau of Asian Research, Lloyd Campus, a good friend of mine, asked me to write about possibility of a North Korean KPA to join China-Russian combined exercise. My answer is no. Why? North Korean juche ideology, everybody know, is not just about against the U.S. imperial power or something, but also independent from Chinese influence. That is juche ideology. So North Korean children textbook is 50% about Kim Il-sung heroic activity against the U.S. power, but 50% of the children textbook is about against the Chinese influential power. Because North Korea really want to have their own nuclear power rather than foreign troops in North Korea territory, especially after Chinese CVF withdrawal in the late 1950s. That is the juche ideology. That is why Kim Il-sung tried to get nuclear power rather than having Chinese military troops in their territory or Russian troops in their territory. So there's no single combined exercise for North Korean People's Army over the 70 years before the Russian-Ukraine war. There's no single combined exercise between Chinese PLA, North Korean People's Army, or Russian Army and North Korean People's Army, even during the Korean War. Never. But now it's everybody's surprised North Korea sent troops about to Ukraine, and now it's getting deeper relation. So I worry about their potential partnership. And when I traveled to the Chinese last year, at the time, Yoon Suk-yeol government really worry about the Russia and North Korea close relation, and they want to have managing Chinese relations, not to join Russian-North Korea partnership. So I and some other guy at a track 2 meeting, we stopped by 3 key government think tanks in China. One is a PLA think tank, one is the Chinese MOFA, and one is a Chinese CIA think tank. And my only question is about how about Chinese position on North Korean People's Army to join Russian-China exercise? So their answer is all same. It depends on you, not me. That meaning your Camp David trilateral partnership or NATO plus before will impact on Chinese-Russian invitation to North Korean People's Army. So when I get back to the Korean, I publish again with the National Bureau of Asian Research report about it is a timing, not option. North Korean People's Army will join Russia and China exercise in coming years. It's not about dream. It's not about the scenario. It'll be just timing. If I'm Kim Jong-un, it'll be great option to join symbolically anyway. And at the same time, it is not about North Korean People's Army in Russian Far Eastern area. It also, North Korea is able to invite Russian Army and Chinese PLA into North Korean military and North Korean territory, like above the DMZ or near Wonsan, to exercise together. So it will be, worst scenario will be nuclear partnership between the 3 countries, or we can see maybe a small number of Russian military officers or a small number of Chinese PLA near the demilitarized zone every summer against our combat exercise. So it will be disaster. So we have not many options. We have maybe 2 or 3 options. One is maybe we can weakening military partnership between 3 countries by managing our relation with China or our relation with Russia. Or the second thing is we need to build up our strong military partnership between the NATO plus 8 people or federal partnership as well. The third option will be reverse Kissinger strategy. Actually, when I was a National Security Board member for the Moon Jae-in government, I always make the argument that we need to North Korea as a second Vietnam. Vietnamization of North Korea will be maybe in benefit to Trump administration in containing China. We can have Kim Jong-un because Kim Jong-un really want to be independent from economically or psychological from Chinese influence. But now it's different scenario because Kim Jong-un already happy to get benefit from their good relation with Russia, their good relation with China, and already Tom point out sanction already has no effect thanks to China, thanks to Russia. So Kim Jong-un has no choice and no option to join the U.S. government negotiation independent from the Chinese influence. So maybe we have a very difficult situation now, and we need to have a more creative partnership scenario in weakening their military partnership. But I'm really concerned about their military partnership. Maybe in coming years, maybe we can see liaison office of Russian Army or PLA inside of a North Korean People's Army in North Korean territory.
Thank you for the somber assessment. Hyun, please.
Thank you. Well, since Professor Kim talked about hard power, it relieves me freely engaged in more soft power side and grand strategy. I remember that about 3 years ago when I came to DC, there was an emerging initial stage of cooperation between Russia and North Korea. And I told a colleague of mine here, we should write a policy report about it. And he told me that don't worry about it, it's not going to last. It's a transactional relationship. Russia is a big power, North Korea is a small power. And for Russians' perspective, engaging this short romance with North Korea, it's going to last very short, and the Ukraine war will be finished very soon. And from Russian perspective, this is going to be probably one night stand, this romance with North Korea. From my perspective, I was thinking, I didn't have much wisdom, but I was thinking more like intuitively at the time. The surrounding geopolitical situation that where North Korea was at the time Biden administration was not engaging in North Korea with the so-called Biden version of a calibrated approach to North Korea, which is virtually strategic patience to North Korea. And it was a pandemic period, so aid from China was blocked, and South Korea was just starting a conservative government of Yoon Suk-yeol. So your lifeline or your outreach to Washington, Seoul, Beijing, they are all blocked. And where this Jesus Christ moment of Messiah, Savior comes from, that's going to be in Moscow. So I told him that we need to watch this, how things go from here. But at the time, I think the collective consciousness in Washington, D.C. was more or less a little bit like downplaying. But now we're seeing that this is really becoming a significant geopolitical issue, as all the panelists mentioned. And I think that in that sense, the project that Victor is doing, CRINC project, is really, really important. I do China, so I'll just share where China fits into this equation. In this trilateral relationship, China, Russia, North Korea. My diagnosis is that comfortable equilibrium. Some people claim that China is uncomfortable when North Korea is getting close to Russia. It's like poaching China's ally. So China's self-esteem was hurt. I don't think so. I really don't see that. China is very comfortable because, in a way, if you look at it from analytic perspective, China outsourced North Korean problem to Russia. And the usual Washington's focus and attention, on North Korean issue, devoted from China to Moscow. It's like now let Russia do babysitting on North Korea. That's where China stands. North Korea is sending ammunition and missiles, making money. Russia is also aiding North Korea with advanced technology. So these three trilateral relationship is mutually beneficial relationship. It's mutually, enriching, relationship. This is, some people correctly mentioned that this is a transactional relationship. I agree. This is a transactional relationship. That's why it's very much more dangerous, because their transactions just work so well at this stage of geopolitical upheaval. So China is just sitting back and watch. China didn't say much. Kim Jong-un visited China military parade in Beijing a couple of months ago. If you look at the Chinese Foreign Ministry readouts, China quietly dropped the vocabulary, the nuclearization. It was not a one-time event. North Korean Foreign Minister Choi Sun-yi visited 2 weeks later to Beijing, met with Wang Yi. Their Chinese Foreign Ministry readout, again, quietly omitted denuclearization. Choi Sun-yi also met with the Prime Minister, Premier Li Chang, Chinese Premier Li Chang. Again, the Chinese readout omitted the word denuclearization. And APEC, China, Xi Jinping met with the South Korean President Lee Jae-myung, and again, even though South Korean side, prodded to the issue of North Korea denuclearization, as we have been discussing in this today, but Xi Jinping did not, utter a single word of denuclearization. When Xi Jinping visited Pyongyang in 2019, Chinese Foreign Ministry, read out, mentioned denuclearization, 五虎化, 4 times in one single A4 page. But this time, series of 4 high-level meetings with Kim Jong-un and Xi Jinping, also Second President Lee Jae-myung and Xi Jinping, denuclearization is gone, it's omitted. I think this is probably where things go from. This is like a temporary thing, or things it's writing on the wall. I think we have to watch. But I think the danger is that on the side of underestimating rather than overestimating. I'll just stop here.
Great, thank you. Very helpful for you to parse the significance of the absence of denuclearization language in some of these documents when we've come so accustomed to seeing China, even if it's not going to push North Korea on the issue, at least affirm its own policy priority when it comes to denuclearization, and that change does seem to be significant. So I may just ask a couple questions of the panel, and then we'll open up to the floor for any questions from the audience. So just to start, there has been, plenty of discussion about how unusual this geopolitical moment is, how rapidly the international environment's evolving. And I think one of the factors that has really exacerbated uncertainty in some of these international dynamics is the state of the U.S.-China relationship. There's so much uncertainty in the direction of U.S.-China relations coming out of President Trump and President Xi's meeting in Korea. It seems like both sides are seeking a more extended period of stability. One, I think, very significant moment we've seen just in the past few days is press reporting that on President Xi's behest, President Trump called over to his Japanese counterpart to say, could you please tone it down on Taiwan because it's important to China, which is just a very significant kind of reorientation of what we would expect in how the U.S. engages in Northeast Asia. So I'm wondering how the uncertainty in the U.S.-China relationship affects matters of adversary alignment, affects how the U.S. ROK alliance would think about its own role in Northeast Asian security, and of course, the Korea-China relationship as well. And then if I could just pile one more question on top of that for folks' consideration. We haven't really gotten into the Japan piece of this yet and opportunities for trilateral cooperation, perhaps to advance an affirmative agenda that would most compellingly counter some of the more problematic trends that we've seen and discussed already in the panel. So let me just pose all of that back to the panel, and perhaps, Victor, we could begin with you again.
Yeah, it's a great set of questions, and there are so many thoughts. I mean, the first, I think, is that we've just come through a period, I'm talking about the alliance now, we've just come through a period where we've had two summits in a period of what, August? 2 summits in really 2 months. And then a fact sheet as I think Rob or Kellyanne mentioned November 13th, that has a lot of stuff in it, right? So on the one hand, you can look at this and you can think that these are major changes that are coming to the U.S.-Korea relationship. On the trade side, I certainly understand some of the concerns expressed in the last panel, but at the same time, there's tremendous opportunity, $350 billion of investment that could go into work that benefits Korea and the United States on nuclear energy, on shipbuilding, on chips, on AI, quantum, outer space, all these things. And then on the security side, OPCON transition, defense industrial cooperation, shipbuilding, submarines, there's so many different things. If you add that on top of what we've seen going back to the Biden administration of major decisions made by Korean companies to invest for the future in their critical and emerging technologies very explicitly in the United States. Just legacy systems in China, but the cutting edge future is all in the United States. As we said, last 5 years, biggest greenfield investor in the United States is South Korea. For many of us here who work on sort of the alliance relationship in East Asia, there was always this question of Korea, where is it strategically? Is it tilting towards China? Is it tilting towards the United States? I mean, if you just look at the decisions that have been made dating back to the Biden administration by Korea, to me, it's very clear which direction Korea has made its choice. It's in the direction of the United States. It's eminently clear. They don't have to say that publicly because it just invites backlash from China. But if you just look at the decisions that have been made, it's very clear. Now, having said that, I think all these things are happening at a time where there is also publicly a lot of celebration that this is the direction in which the alliance is going. It's getting better, it's getting bigger, it's getting stronger. But there also is anxiety, very clear anxiety, because I think you wrote this, Tom, in the Atlantic, because when it comes to China, they're not really sure whether President Trump is just an economic hawk on China or whether he's actually also a security hawk. Did you write that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. That's what I thought. I remember that from. Questions about whether he's actually a security hawk on China or is he just transactional on China. And so, I think for the alliance and Koreans, but also Americans who are alliance managers, alliance supporters, former alliance managers, this is the big question, and it's not really going to get answered till next April, probably, where we will see what comes out of the Trump-Xi summit. Now, as you referenced, Henrietta, what we've seen over the last, 48 hours with regard to the conversation between President Trump and Xi Jinping, and then apparently this phone call to Prime Minister Takaichi, that's not comforting. I mean, it's not comforting clearly to Japan, but it should not be comforting to Korea either, right? The other thing I think that some of you may have already heard me say in different fora or on the podcast is we have this big U.S. South Korea nuclear submarine announcement, completely unexpected, surprised everybody. Really sort of a step change potentially in the alliance relationship. But it's not going to come without a cost. I mean, there's clearly going to be a material cost because this is going to cost a lot of money. But it's not going to come without a cost vis-a-vis China. because I fully expect that China will use some sort of economic coercion on South Korea to punish them for this decision to do nuclear submarines with the United States. And so there the question then, again, for alliance managers is when China does that, and I'm not saying if, I'm pretty sure it's just when China does that, is the United States going to be there, right? Are they going to say anything or do anything? So to me, it's akin to a roller coaster. Like you reach these high points, and then all of a sudden it like dips to these low points, but then it goes back up again. It's kind of like riding a roller coaster right now. And I don't think it's because there's concern about interest in making big steps on industry, on investments, on ships, on subs, on any of these things. It's really the security piece of the equation that is uncertain. The SCM itself looks great. The Security Consultative meeting press statements look terrific. They say all the right things. And that's good. And that shows that the professionals inside both governments are able to work and manufacture the statements and the policy directions. But in spite of all that, we just don't know if in the future Trump would meet with Kim Jong-un and he'll say, I'm stopping exercises, or I'm going to pull some troops out of Korea. Right? We just don't know, and so that's why it's a bit of a roller coaster.
It's a certain irreducible uncertainty to this method of decision making.
That's right.
Tom, what would you add?
Yeah, I mean, again, I really agree with what Victor said. I mean, I guess, I think it's been pretty clear on the U.S.-China side over the last sort of 10 months or so that President Trump is not really interested in strategic competition, and he does not see that as sort of the guiding principle behind U.S. strategy, and that also applies to Russia and I think to North Korea as well. I think he wants to, not be being taken advantage of with these countries, and not to have, them to commit an act of aggression that might reflect badly on him. But I think he also wants to cut a deal. I think traditionally he's been more aggravated by allies and partners than by adversaries in a way, because he basically views the threats through the prism of interdependence. So any trade, he views as a vulnerability, and, that the U.S. has been taken advantage of, and that's almost always with allies. China's a little bit of an exception, obviously, but I think that's where his focus has been with them. I also think that the Chinese reaction to the initial tariffs and Liberation Day and everything caught them by surprise. I don't think they really had priced in the critical minerals, rare earths retaliation before it happened. And I think they were surprised about the vulnerability of the U.S. to key goods from China outside of the critical minerals, area. And then when Beijing imposed this architecture for, export controls on their side, I think that also shocked, the administration. He pushed back pretty hard, but then didn't really, retaliate in kind. And I think we're at a position now, headed into April, where very much, his intention is to try to have, a deal to sort of work things out or manage things. And quite what the effect of that will be on the long-term or even medium-term investments, both domestically and strategically, that the U.S. needs to make to compete with China, I think that part is pretty unclear. But I think the repercussions for the allies in the Indo-Pacific, I mean, that matters. And I think we're seeing that with Japan, now. We don't know if that report is true. It's been disputed, obviously, but we do know that it wasn't in the readout of the call that he raised, that to rebuke Beijing for that. Like, he should have been raising that as a point of concern, that Beijing's reaction to the Prime Minister's statement was so over the top, and we saw some of the Wolf Warrior comments from the Consul General in Osaka and all of that. So at the very minimum, he wasn't sort of weighing in. They came in quite late at a State Department level. to back up Japan. So I think it is a, I think it is a problem. But I think, as Victor said, there are things happening, as we saw with the, deepening of the alliance with South Korea. There are some good things happening with the other, with Australia and with Japan as well. So hopefully it's sort of, we can muddle through this. But I think the lack of sort of clarity from Washington, I think, on the overall geopolitical stakes is an issue.
Great. Luncheon.
Yeah, my answer to your question will be the good U.S.-China relation will be magic solution. I think it's we have a lot of concern on Xinjiang Uyghur human rights issue or Hong Kong democracy or Taiwan issue, but basically without engagement, we cannot start anything because of their own domestic problem, especially Xinjiang Uyghur human rights issue or democracy issue. Without engagement between the U.S.-China, we cannot solve anything. So, especially for the Korean Peninsula, bad relation between U.S. and China will be disaster. I think, as I said earlier, military partnership or nuclear partnership between three countries, maybe Russia deploy their nuclear submarine in Wonsan for 1 month or something like that. Everything, we cannot stop because of their own sovereign country. So we need to prevent worst scenario between three countries. Basically, Kim Jong-un anyway want to be independent from Chinese influence, basically. They want to have a Russian partnership, but China relation, as you know, is not the same as the U.S. ROK partnership. So I think it's the U.S.-China good relation will be the best answer. And I don't know why Trump love Putin and they love each other, and Trump, Kim Jong-un love each other. Why not Xi Jinping? Xi Jinping is looks like good. So I know many problems, but yeah, we love relative. Chinese history and CCP issue different, but I think it's that Trump is a peacemaker, and American people love peace. So maybe we can start some conversation between the two, because Trump is one good thing is he is not ideologue, right? More pragmatic. That is sometimes controversial, but anyway, with a more pragmatic solution to the China problem. Without it, the new Cold War is anyway disaster to Korean Peninsula. But at the same time, anyway, we need to build up our trilateral partnership or even NATO plus IP4 partnership as well for the contingent scenario. And China or North Korea now is to see Korean Peninsula and Taiwan as a one combined theater, not separate. We need to build up our partnership in the same way. So I support nuclear power submarine. I support even a Korean version of AUKUS, and I support everything we need to do, if it's possible, with the NATO partnership as well. But at the same time, U.S.-China good conversation will be the best option we can choose.
It's a very important point on the interconnected nature of these, apparently disparate security challenges on the peninsula or around Taiwan or even in Europe, and the need for that common allied approach, even involving NATO, to address such a complex global set of challenges. Please.
Yes, Helena, you mentioned that, at the outset of this conversation, uncertainty. I hear you. Uncertainty. Victor, you mentioned anxiety. We are living in an era of anxiety. I hear you, Victor. You also mentioned we are living in an era of roller coaster.
Are you about to tell us we actually shouldn't be anxious? It's going to be fine.
No. This is South Korea-U.S. strategic dialogue. Actually, this explains what South Korea is doing right now in this era of uncertainty. There are a lot of things that I disagree with Xi Jinping, but there's one thing that I agree with him. That is that Xi Jinping said, we are living in an era of uncertainty and great upheaval never seen in 100 years. That's something that probably only thing that I agree with him. And what does South Korea and Japan does at this time? The Japanese Prime Minister's remark that angered China over Taiwan, I don't think the audience was Chinese. I think the audience was Washington. When Xi Jinping and Trump met and toned down the temperature and tension, they see that possibility of this grand bargain between U.S. and China. And these countries are feeling, smaller middle power countries, they feel a fear of abandonment, anxiety that you mentioned. So when Washington is approaching Beijing with strategic ambiguity and shaking hands with Xi Jinping, interestingly, U.S. allies in Asia, they are showing a strategic clarity by, intentionally making that statement. The audiences in Washington, even though you mentioned that Trump told Japan to tone down, I don't think Japan's strategy was only for the Trump administration. The audience was Washington as an institution, Washington as an establishment, Washington as that will last. And Japan wants to make sure that from Washington's perspective, Japan is really a reliable partner. And I think Japan succeeded. I think Japan is looking at a midterm and long-term game here, geopolitical game. And then let me just finish by saying what South Korea is doing. Likewise, Japan, Victor mentioned, the continuity of policy. For example, Taiwan, during the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, they mentioned that, South Korea opposed unilateral action on the Taiwan Strait. And this progressive government, Lee Jae-myung, the same statement still preserved in the joint fact sheet. Continuity, even under progressive government. What's happening here? I think what is missing in the past in South Korea-U.S. alliance was that we have been a military ally, but we are not really industrial ally. In this era of great upheaval and uncertainty, South Korea wants to lock in the relationship with Washington so that Washington cannot divorce away in this era of, because South Korea is a smaller partner, with ally of the big, power. This is, survival instinct from South Korean perspective. So how you show your loyalty to Washington, the number, $350 billion US. As someone mentioned in our previous panel, that's such a big amount of money for South Korea to invest. Yet it's a costly investment, but it's also a demonstration of a commitment over multiple years. Thousands of South Korean workers in shipping industry, auto industry, service industry, IT, technology, artificial intelligence, they'll come and they work with US workers. And they'll create jobs. That is a merger of industry. There is a merger of people exchange, that has a natural effect as well. So I think it's very interesting to watch how these middle powers, like Japan and South Korea, they are showing a strategic clarity when U.S. is showing displaying strategic ambiguity. This is something to watch.
Can I say? So I think that's actually, I think that's a very interesting point. When allies have a fear of abandonment, they can do one of two things. They can, or they can do both. They can complain a lot about how, you're not doing enough for me. But the other thing they can do is they can hug you closer, right? They try to hug you closer so you can't abandon them. And this, this sort of turbocharging of the industrial partnership, particularly for a president that focuses a lot on that particular aspect of what allies are worth, right? May be what the Lee government is trying to do. I think it is important that in the fact sheet, there is the line on Taiwan, and then right after that is the line on the law of the sea, which is effectively a marker for both South China Sea and Yellow Sea, and maybe even East China Sea. So I think, and that is not normally what you would see in a progressive government in South Korea, a joint statement with the United States. If anything, they would try to downplay those issues. The one other thing I want to say is on where you started, Henry, on this question is that right, we don't know the context in which President Trump raised this issue with Xi Jinping. I mean, at least we know what the reported result of it was, which was that the president reportedly called Takeichi to basically tell her to sort of damp it down, like calm things down. It's like, to me, it's entirely in U.S. and South Korean and Australian interests, for that matter, to really come out and express a great deal of concern about what China is doing to Japan, right, in terms of the seafood imports and the tourism and the students. It's important for them to do that because they've all been victims of or targeted by China's economic bullying, all of them. I saw something this morning. I saw something this morning that came from a Japanese official that basically said, it's interesting how silent Australia has been with regard to Chinese actions against Japan, because of course Australia has been greatly targeted by China with economic coercion. And for that reason, I think also it's to me like not good that South Korea has been so quiet about what China is doing to Japan, because as I said, I think the next shoe that will drop will be, China will then focus. They've been focusing on Japan. They've been focusing on the U.S., the 6 U.S. subsidiary companies of Korean shipping company that have been in the wake of the U.S. Korea announcement on shipbuilding. The next target to me is clearly Korea over this nuclear submarine deal. And I would expect that if China, no, I shouldn't say if, when China does that, they would want to hear support from the United States, from Japan, and from Australia.
2 fingers. Victor, I 99% agree with you, and let me explain 1% where I have to disagree with you. Trust me, this is the only time in my entire life that I disagree with you. It'll never happen again.
That's what my wife always says to me.
I mean, showing solidarity with Japan as both allies of the United States, so understandable. This is what is expected. But from strategic perspective, Japan, as I mentioned, showed a strategic clarity by pressing the button of Taiwan. Now, Japan's strategic value to China, from Chinese perspective, is a used up card. It's a discarded card. China will continue to have an adversarial relationship. South Korea choose to the same way. But is this the only way for South Korea to show solidarity? Japan is a maritime, in a way, shield to Washington and showed loyalty to Washington. Should South Korea should do the same way? Is this the only way? In a way, South Korea is a continental anchor to U.S. strategy, blocking China's rise. And it should play, I think, a little bit different way. South Korea is just announced this humongous strategic investment, and I think South Korea's role as a continental anchor, blocking China entering into Indo-Pacific, should have this rebuilding industrial base robustly with the United States. That's the role. And also, secondly, at this time of this great upheaval, military conflict could always happen. We heard that China side just canceled all the strategic communication channels with Japan as a sign of anger. At this time, Seoul, it's better for Seoul still to have a communication channel with Beijing so that we could prevent, in a way, crisis management. So there is a utility when with the same goal but different actions, which is, I think, it's also we should consider.
Thank you. I'd like to open up the floor to any questions from our audience with our limited time remaining. If folks could perhaps put up a hand. I see one over here, please.
Thank you. Joe Bosco, formerly with the Defense Department. I have a question for Victor. You've correctly noted that the so-called axis of upheaval is not it falls far short of a formal alliance among the four powers. But I wanted to ask you a very theoretical question, and that is, if there were to be regime change in one of the four powers, let's say Iran, what effect would that have on the other parties to the alliance, to the axis?
Well, in a way, Joe, the answer to that question, I think the answer to that question is the fact that it isn't an alliance and it's a series of coordinated, complementary, bilateral agreements actually makes it more resilient if one of the partners falls off. Like if there is regime change in one place, that doesn't disrupt the axis because the other parts of the dyads, I think as Tom called them, are still functioning, right? They're still operating. As Tom said, the Ukraine war turbocharged much of this. But that is not to say that, I think we all agree that there is a lot of mutual benefit that they see in continuing these relationships even after. There is no longer the turbocharging element of the hostilities in Ukraine. So the other thing I would say is that, and this goes back to something that was said earlier about North Korea wanting to distance themselves from China. I agree with that. But I find the DPRK-Russia relationship much more threatening from a U.S. perspective than the DPRK-China, not just because of what the Russians may be giving to the North Koreans, but the fact that even though we, the United States, were very frustrated when we worked with China in places like the six-party talks for them to exert influence on North Korea, we were always very frustrated because China would never do enough. Still, there was a sense that we could work with China because China saw it as in its interests not to allow North Korea to be too belligerent, to go too far, to go over the cliff. Seventh nuclear test, these sorts of things. I don't think Russia has any of that sort of regulatory framework in their mind when it comes to DPRK behavior. I mean, personally, I don't think they care if North Korea does a seventh nuclear test or if they test another ICBM right, over the Japanese archipelago, right? I don't think the Russians care. Or if the Iranians go to the North Koreans and say, can you help us reconstitute our nuclear program? I think the Chinese would have a lot of trouble with that, problems with that. I don't think the Russians care about that. So in a sense, I think even if there's regime change in one, I think this grouping is still resilient because they're composed of dyads rather than they are one sort of solid grouping. So they're dyads, not four legs of a stool where you pull out one leg and the stool can't stand anymore. But the DPRK Russia part of this is, to me, much more concerning than the relationship DPRK and China. And the one other thing I wanted to add, based on something I said earlier, is that I'm not saying like when the only good outcome for Trump and Xi when they meet in April is for there to be no agreement. Like, I don't think anybody's saying that. I mean, sure, there should be agreements, but there should be agreements that do not undercut the alliance equities that the United States has with Japan, South Korea, or even the equities that it have in the relationship with Taiwan. I don't think Washington, D.C., if we use sort of the term, Washington, D.C. is not hoping for a disaster between Trump and Xi next April. I think there's just a desire for agreements that, reduce tensions, improve the security situation, but do not, at the same time, do not undercut fundamental axiomatic alliance equities.
saw a second question over here. If you could put your hand up again. Thank you. Please, if you could start with your name and affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Don Kirk. I just wonder and you may have touched upon this, but I could have missed it. But what effect is South Korea nuclear reprocessing going to have on this relationship with China and Russia? And particularly as they engage in nuclear reprocessing to power their own submarines, not just one, they would like to have a couple more nuclear submarines. Thank you.
Who wants to take on nuclear power?
Yeah, maybe when Lee Jae-myung and Trump announced that deal, many people expect a Chinese strong reaction to the but looking at the, do you remember some missile guideline released during the Moon Jae-in administration? China kept silent because this is not a set. This is not an American deployment of their missile range system in South Korea. This is a South Korean sovereignty issue, and Lee Jae-myung tried to do that. It's not because of nuclear potential weapon, but more a safety issue and environment issue and special cycle management like issue, or nuclear power plant export rather than nuclear weapon process. So China complains something with the silently, but not too much strong reaction to the this type of a deal. And Japan already had the same type of deal, right, with the U.S. as a 1-2-3 agreement, but we have a different deal. So that's why the Lee Jae-myung government is trying to have that type of Japanese level of nuclear reprocessing and enrichment, right? So this is for the more like the environmental safety issue rather than militarization. So I think it's China kept silent because of the issue, and they need to understand that type of process is not about a road toward the nuclear weapon capability rather than the nuclear, the power plant capacity.
Great. Oh, please.
I don't think we know yet exactly what is in this agreement. There are a lot of details that have to be worked out. I don't think, Don, it's a foregone conclusion that this agreement will entail South Korea doing reprocessing and making their own spent fuel and doing it over 20%. Like, I don't think any of this has been worked out yet. I mean, I don't think any of it's been worked out. I mean, to the point of your question, I do think that there is a zero-sum relationship between South Korea's desires to improve their capabilities because of the growing threat from North Korea and the threat, or whatever you want, the reaction perceived by China. I think there's a zero-sum relationship there, because things that Korea wants to and needs to do to enhance their capabilities are going to look more like things that turn the alliance from just a peninsular alliance to more of a regional alliance. And that is the neuralgia point for China, right? And you know this argument well. If the Chinese don't like that, they should do more to subdue the North Korean threat. Like, if they don't want South Korea to arm up, then they need to do more to subdue the North Korean threat. But we've been saying that to the Chinese now for how many years? Like 35 years, and it clearly hasn't worked. So, in a sense, I think what is it? The hens are coming home to roost, or whatever
whatever the animal.
Whatever
is
the animal metaphor is, that President Lee said it himself, although they walked it back after that. South Korea needs its nuclear submarine capabilities to track North Korean nuclear subs and to track China subs. And of course, the government then tried to walk it back, but I think he was saying the quiet part out loud. And it was in reference to Chinese activities, not just in the South China Sea, but also in the Yellow Sea and in the Provisional Maritime Zone, where China's basically doing now in the Yellow Sea what they've been doing in the South China Sea.
Can I have a 30-second intervention? My perspective is that you're right. This is very interesting. We need to explain why China's response reaction to the announcement of Trump greenlighting South Korea's nuclear-powered submarine was rather modest. My best appreciation is that China does not trust the Trump administration will give that. And China also sees that it only has 3 more years and other subsequent administrations come in. And China simply does not believe that. And they asked me, do you believe that? So I think this is actually gives us Seoul-Washington alliance a demonstrate to the Chinese audience that our alliance, we walks the talk. That we do 350 billion investment, industrial merger, alliance, and U.S. also promised that give nuclear submarine technologies and process pure. This is such a surprising announcement. So there are a lot of audience is watching how Washington does from here. Just get the South Korea's money and does not give the nuclear submarine, or Washington fulfills its promise, including the audience in Beijing. I think this is a really good time to defeat the suspicion or sense of sarcasm coming from Beijing by demonstrating the robustness of alliance. Secondly, the second reason that China's response was rather modest was that this was Xi Jinping's visit after 11 years. The last time Xi Jinping visited Seoul was in 2014, so this is 11th year. And it was very difficult, I'm not going to go into all the details about how this summit was materialized, but then Chinese side attached a meaning that anyway, finally, our top leader, Xi Jinping, sat down with your top leader, Lee Jae-myung, and we attach a meaning to that. So our relationship is set back, and it's up to us, both Beijing and Seoul, what to do from now on. So I think, as Victor mentioned, we don't know how things go unfold from now, but I think they are giving a time period. They're cooling off and see, and where we go from here. So this kind of explains this very strange period that in South Korea-China relations.
Great.
So we should ask Tom.
Oh, no, I'm okay.
I was going to say that we should just ask you, like, 4 years from now, when a Democratic administration is in government and you're back in the White House, are you going to support
It's a yes, no.
nuclear submarine?
Lightning round question.
Yeah, you don't have to answer.
Well, we have just about 2 minutes left in the panel, so I just want to take this time to offer our panelists a chance for a very brief concluding remark to wrap up today's exceptional series of conversations. So, Sung-hyun, perhaps you can continue and we'll move through the panel this way.
Well, I think thank you for giving this opportunity. I think that my departing keyword is that capacity building. In a way that Xi Jinping and President Trump met, and they needed time, a ceasefire, moratorium, lowering tension was that they needed in a way, industrial capacity building on both sides. China need that, rebuild the economy and capacity building, technology, semiconductors, artificial. U.S. also needs that capacity building. And I think this is a big trend. And I think this is also a good opportunity for, allies between Seoul and Washington. We also work on our own capacity building in this era of great upheaval, uncertainty. That is the way to make the uncertainty become a certainty by working on specific concrete projects that benefit both Seoul and Washington.
Thank you.
In order to stop the Third World War in the Pacific area or Korean Peninsula or Taiwan, we need to do anyway 2 tracks. One is try to manage the relationship with China and Russia. At the same time, we need to build up our strong partnership between allies. So if I'm Xi Jinping, something happened in Taiwan, I will ask Kim Jong-un to cyber attack in Pyeongtaek. So we need to stop that. But it is not easy. So we need to anyway manage a good relation between U.S. China, ROK and China, and U.S. and Russia. At the same time, we need to build up anyway to prepare for worst scenario is in coming years. So we need to build up our strong military combined exercise at the same time. It is not easy, but we have to do.
Yeah, I agree with all of that that's been said so far, but I would just add one thing that's been worrying me a little bit. I mean, in our administration, I think we worried about this and we proactively tried to declassify intelligence, put information out there and track, this alignment and what each of these countries was doing for the other. I do worry a bit that, if this administration is not sort of proactively focused on trying to understand and put stuff out there, that we just won't hear, about this cooperation, whether it's co-production or tech transfer or military modernization. And so we should not, I think, be lulled into a false sense of security that if we don't hear about it, that then somehow this is stagnant or not happening. My expectation will be that this is, continuing. It may be happening under the radar. I certainly hope, that Congress, certainly in the classified settings, is probing on this and is pushing and is trying to find out, what exactly is happening, because I feel like we might be a little bit sort of blind at the moment in terms of the developments on this score.
Yeah, I had something different I was going to say, but I'll just pick up on what Tom said. I agree with that. I think that's really important. One thing that the Biden administration did was that they did downgrade information so that it could be public in ways that would make clear to the public and also support the policy positions that the Biden administration was headed in. I'll just give two quick examples here. One was when your administration released the information about the arms transaction that took place between North Korea and the Wagner Group in November of 2022 or 2023. Like, that was very important for us because we could then track through commercial satellite imagery what was happening on the border. And the second was when the DNI gave Sid the permission when he was in the government to present a declassified version of the National Intelligence Estimate on North Korea, that sort of played out different scenarios of a nuclear North Korea. These things are extremely important for the research and public policy community.
Great. Well, with that, we will wrap up today's exceptional conference. Perhaps just a quick round of applause for our panelists. Thanks again.